something. All right. Hello, everyone. A little bit better. Hello. Close this door. Alrighty. Oh, I'm here. Okay, hold on. Okay. Okie dokie. Y'all, how we doing? Hi. I'm so back. I'm so back. I've never been more back. Willie, how am I streaming? I don't know. How's my Pope campaign going? We'll find out. We will find out. Anyway, hi everybody. Unjol, thank you for the 9 months. We'll talk about Beyonce. Okay, so I was like, I need to see Sinners before, because I have not had a second. Truly, I have not had a second. And I was like, okay, I got to go see Sinners before it leaves IMAX. It is sold out. It is so... You need to address the allegations. 6 billion viewers. Yeah, I don't know what there is. I mean, haven't we been talking about how I'm going to blow up? Oh, I noticed that there's quite some numbers in here. 69 and 420. Go figure. You think it's going to come back to IMAX? Well, so I wanted to go see a late night showing of it, and it's freaking sold out. I mean, I've got almost 7 billion viewers that I can't go. They're not going to have a private theater for me? Seems odd. Anyway, so, okay, everybody laugh at me. Everyone laugh at me. It's fine. I have not had a fucking second to sleep. You think that I would have not tried to see Sinners? You think that this is not my priority once I've done all the other things that I have to do? Ryan Coogler went on Democracy Now! And I haven't watched the video yet because I'm waiting to see Sinners. My guy went on my girl's show. If you're a real fan, you would have been at the premiere. Well, it's because I wasn't a 7 billion streamer yet, so I didn't get invited. RJ, thank you for the 19 months. Sarah, thank you for the 18 months. Silent Radical, thank you for the 7 months. Willie, thank you for the 16. Boone, thank you for the 21. Hannah, thank you for the 8. Conway, thank you for the 9. You've seen all the Ryan Coogler interviews at this point. I have not watched any because I'm waiting to see the fucking movie. I mean, I guess I can just go see it not in IMAX because I don't want to wait for it to come on. I don't want to wait for it to come to IMAX, and I guess everybody is going to go see. Everybody's going to go see the movie tonight. Tonight's the night. I guess there was a giant group chat, and they're like, "Hey, tonight's the night. We're all going to go watch Sinners in IMAX." So that way, Caroline can't get a ticket. Did you see Who's Dating PJ Novak? Oh, I sure did. And Sam and I talk about it on the podcast, which we filmed last night. We do it on the Patreon. Because she hasn't heard my Coachella story. We're so back. Happy 5 months. Thank you, My Thai Vegas. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. They would be crazy to not bring the movie back because it's so popular. So many people are watching the movie. Okay, I gotta change to some I gotta switcheroo something that is okay. Raziel, thank you for the 14 months. So I will talk about Beyonce, which I went to go see. I went to go see Beyonce's opening night on Monday. Very exciting. I'm so sorry, y'all. I feel like lately when I've done desktop streams, which have been few and far between, I feel like I sit down and I go, wow, my brain is fried. I'm like, wow, my brain is fried. I'm pretty tired, but I'm happy to see you guys. Were you secretly happy for Nandre today, even though he wasn't your player? Of course. If it wasn't going to be John, which I think for a while there, I think for a good amount of time, John and I were like, then I'm very happy for it to be my friend Noah Andre, no relation to Eric Andre. Love the eyeshadow. You know, I do love this purple. It is pretty. Thank you, Dune. And thank you for the 28 months. Hogan, thank you for the gifted. Have you seen the news about Duolingo being an AI first company? No. Okay, here, let me pull this for later. So, y'all, I am, I know I've been running around the world. I went to Portugal. I came back for a little bit. And then I went to, New York City. Yeah, I'm iShow speed, but I think we decided I'm iShow not speed. iShow no speed. iShow negative speed. Where's Miguel Jr.? I'm not kidding you. He's somewhere around here. I have no idea. I feel like this is going to be Miguel Jr., where I'm just going to find him in places that he should not be. Okay. Yeah, I know we got a lot. There's a lot of topics that I have not covered, things I have seen, things I haven't seen. I don't know how super duper long I'm going to stream because I have not slept very much in like 8 days because it's been busy. It's been good. I've been real busy. I also worked. We had to get there at 8 a.m. today and we did the show until 4. And then of course I had an hour and a half of traffic. So I'm here. So please don't do boo-boo cry. At least I'm here. I wanted to say hi to you guys and stream for as long as I think is good. Is good. I'm not a robot. Shocker. I am not a robot. I am not a machine. I am simply a human being. Maybe I should just, you know what? I'm just going to give myself over to the robots. Okay. They're here. They're here. I'm just going to skip ahead. It's like you skip the middle of the movie, right? We're in the opening of the film. I'm just going to skip to the end and be like, yeah, just take me. I don't know. Turn me into one of you. I'm surprised and happy we got a second stream at all tonight. See, there we go. There we go. So y'all, let's just recap a little bit before I look at anything, before we talk about any things that have been happening. Just to catch up and offer some announcements as well. What people do need, thank you for the 29 months. D. Nelly, thank you for the 11 months. We should cap before we recap. Yeah. So podcast listeners, Sam and I filmed an episode last night. That will be coming out on Thursday. I know we missed, well, she did the episode with Kwan Sport. So I was not there. So I missed 2 weeks. But right now we're kind of trying to figure out the next moves for the podcast because we got to get out of the shed. We got to leave the shed. So we're trying to figure out our next spot for the pod because we'd like to bring on guests, and we cannot do that right now in the shed. Hey, Chief, looks like we got a train going on you on board, engineer. I'm flying off the back of the train. That's what's happening right now. So I'm looking at a couple of options for the podcast. Should I use the press escape setup? It's so cute. It's like a shame to let the press escape setup not be used. Yeah, what if like what if we're like, hi guys, we have a new podcast space, and people are like, that looks like the press escape set. It's the let me know one. What are you talking about? Speed Reza, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Jen Bonds, thank you for the 2 months. Let me press. Okay, so that's what's going on with podcast is we are wanting to go to the next spot on the timeline of our podcast, and we can't have guests until we get a different space. So that's what we're working on. Caitlin, thank you for the 5 months. Yo. In other news, I have my next red carpet hosting gig that's not the Tonys yet. Okay, I know we put out some fake news about me hosting the Tonys. It's not the Tonys. It's also not the Met Gala, which is on Monday, but we will be covering it. Perhaps fashion will make a return. We'll see. I don't know. Monday is podcast day, and I know Sam wants to go all in on the podcast. So I got to figure out how I'm going to do that. Hello, been watching your YouTube videos recently. This is my first live stream. Love your content. Hello, Topher. Welcome in. Welcome to the Quantourage. I'm not hosting the Las Culturistas Awards. No. Here, let me give you a clue. Hold on. Okay. Okay, maybe this wasn't the right song to pick. Hold on. No. Okay, wait. Okay, maybe this isn't. Okay, it's probably good to me. It's probably I probably got to start listening to these playlists more. Okay. Yeah, are we catching the vibe? I'm going to God's country, y'all. I'm going to Texas. I'm going to go find my American roots. Okay, I feel like I feel like that's enough clues. So I'm going to be hosting on the red carpet, not the CMAs, but the American Country Music Awards, which is actually it's the oldest country music award show, and here's the trailer. It's hosted by the one, the only.
We've celebrated country music.
Hell yeah, brother!
We've shown that we have a lot more in common than we have differences. That we come from everywhere and belong anywhere.
I'm standing here as an ACM award winner. Let's go, baby!
Our music unites and surprises.
Hell
Our
yeah!
legends keep us humble.
I'm proud to be here!
Our superstars bring down the house.
Speed, thank you for another 5 gifted subs.
Play something country.
Crank up the band, play the steel guitar.
Crank it up a little, let's rock this boat.
And we're just getting started.
We're just
Join us
getting
for the 60th
started.
Academy of Country Music Awards, where the greatest stars will shine like never before.
Yeah, that's right, y'all. I'm going on down to Texas. The weekend of May 8th. And I'm going to be hosting the 60th American Country Music Awards, y'all. Yeehaw, motherfucker. Sorry, I've got the New York in me still. Hey, did you go Australian? I sounded Australian. Let me run that back. That's right, y'all. I'm going down to Texas on the weekend of May 8th, and I'm going to be hosting on the red carpet the 60th American Country Music Awards. That's right. It's hosted by Reba McEntire, and I'll be on the red carpet talking to all the stars in country. That's right. Me, Carolyn, baby. I'm gonna bring out the blonde wig. I'm gonna have the country fit out the country. I'm gonna be putting the cunt in country. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? That's what I'm gonna be doing, y'all. Danny, thank you for the bits. Kizdor, thank you for the 19 months. Yeah, that's the news that we got as far as the next thing in my red carpet hosting career. I'm gonna be going to God's country, y'all. Let's see who's gonna be at these American Country Music Awards. Oh, I guess it's on a Thursday. Okay. The 60th ACM Awards, the longest running country music award show, is set to take place on Thursday, May 8th, 2025 from Ford Center at the Star in Frisco, Texas. I'm going on down to Frisco. As previously announced, 16-time ACM award-winning entertainment icon Reba McEntire will return to host the monumental 60th anniversary, marking her 18th time at the helm. The most of any artist in Academy of Country Music history. The powerhouse performers for the landmark 60th Academy of Country Music Awards will include Blake Shelton, Sexiest Man Alive, Eric Church, Lainey Wilson, Alan Jackson, Brooks and Dunn, Chris Stapleton, Clint Black, Cody Johnson, Kelsey Ballerini, Leanne Rhymes, Miranda Lambert, Rascal Flatts, Life is a Highway, and Winona Judd. Oh, it looks like our champion from today, Mr. Nandre, is here in the chat to offer me an opportunity to host the GPC 2025 Great Pickle Convention 2025. We request you dress as a pickle. Please reply to confirm interest. Yeah, that sounds like something that I'm made for. Everybody say, no, I'm going to be stuck in this accent now. Everybody say congratulations to Nandre for his pickle convention and also for winning Next Progressive. If you interview Rascal Flatts, can you tell him how important Cars Life is a Highway was to many kids? I will. I certainly will. Wait, hold on. Somebody linked. Remember your country singing days?
Right now.
Oh God.
Because I always thought
You
I was
guys,
meant to
maybe they'll let me perform. Maybe. Huh? Let's see. Maybe I can send them this.
I always thought I was meant to be a racist country singer. I love my country, I love my freedom. Fuck a welfare, no, I don't need them. Shotgun raised from the woods to the plate.
Maybe I'll leave out the one part and then send them the rest of it. Yeah. You know, actually, Speed, thank you for another 5 gifted subs. You know, when I was younger, I actually was convinced I could be a country singer. Salem 333, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Thank you. So just so y'all know, this is a country stream now. Okay? I went and saw Beyonce's Cowboy Carter. I'm hosting the American Country Music Awards. I'm going all country now. That's right. God's country, America. That's me. Bandit D, thank you for the 16 months. Can you show up dressed like this? I'm going to show up as a fucking lobster.
Minaj. Oh, I get it. So they're trying to paint me out to be the bad
Hey, Rascal Flats. Would love to chat with you about life as a highway.
guy. Well, when's the last time you're gonna see a bad guy do the rap game like me? Cute. I went and cut the chopsticks. Put it in my bun just to pop shit. I'm always on the top shit.
Okay, actually, that was kind of good. That was good. I was feeling it, Mr. Krabs. Okay, listen, y'all. I gotta find a fit. I need a Beyonce, even though I probably don't have the resources for it, but I need like a Beyonce style fit from Cowboy Carter. Okay, because, and I will talk about Cowboy Carter. One thing that just blew me away were her fits. Most of them. She had assless chaps on to open the show. She looked so hot. And I was like, do you think I should ask her if I can borrow one of the fits? Be like, hey, Beyonce, I'm Twitch streamer Caroline Kwan, and I was wondering if I could borrow one of your fits from Cowboy Carter. I'll bring it back. Hey, Caroline, good to see you. Good to see you. Welcome in. Understated leather. Okay. This is cute. I wonder how formal I have to be though. Like this is cute, you know? Something like this. This is actually like a very cute dress. But I'm also like, okay, do I go like sparkly tassels? Do I do like a Chapel Roan style cowboy outfit? You know what I'm saying? Like real campy, real costumey. Honestly, yeah. That's what I'm thinking because I got to pop, you know? I need the greatest country stars in this country to want to come up and have a little chat with me. It sounds like a task for P-Stars. You know, I should message her and be like, I need help. I need help. A bedazzled jumpsuit and a cowboy hat. God, I missed your streams. I hope you had a good trip. I did. I had a great time in New York. We can also chat about that. But right now we're talking American Country Music Awards. Let's see who is who. Who is who? So when I was asked to submit a list of my favorite country artists when we were pitching me for hosting on the red carpet. Bonnie Raitt, the Chicks, Dolly Parton, Casey Musgraves, Melissa Etheridge. And then I was like, also throw in Kelsey Ballerini and Chris Stapleton. And Beyonce. and Keith Urban. And honestly, everyone, because I love country music. If you want the Chapel Sparkly Fit, it's literally from this brand. Oh shit. Okay. Can you imagine? Can I get like some pants too? I feel like maybe this with some pants. I'm liking the vibe though. I don't think they sell pants. Okay. Well, let's see. Ooh, bodysuits. Love a bodysuit. Okay, wait. Is there anything bottoms? Let's see. Okay. Okay. Jumpsuits. Okay. So I like the sparkles. I like the camp, but ain't no way. Ain't no way. Maybe if I were 22, I think pants make it too woke. Maybe if I were 22, these days, I don't think I've even worn a bathing suit in like 2 years. Damn. Okay. All right. I thought you liked to party. Daisy, thank you for the prime. Hogan, thank you for another gifted sub. That's because I don't like swimming anyway. Yeah, I am not a person who like goes to the pool. The other brand had assless chaps if you wanted that. Okay. Now, I have approximately 1 week to get my ass in shape for something like assless chaps, which I don't know if it's enough time. Because, like, my ass is not currently in assless chaps condition. It's how's the gym arc? Well, I haven't even been able to see sinners, so I certainly haven't been going to the gym. I basically will go once, and then I'll have a bunch of stuff, and then I'm tired, and then I'll go again like a month later. Okay, but we're gonna cook on this. We gotta cook on this because I have to. I need to go out. And I gotta find something. Will's workouts might kill you. He's really good about tailoring workouts for me. Like I'll go to the gym with him and he'll do his workout and then he'll be like, okay, this is what you're gonna do on this machine and at this weight. Yeah, unlike Wake, who tried to kill me. The prices from that one website, I know. I mean, it's actually the fact that chat. Look at these gloves. Oh. Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna see a bit Pink Pony Club. These are sick. Like, I just kind of want these. Sorry for sharing high quality. No. It's good. It's actually this is cheaper than the other site. I'm happy to spend a little bit of cash to make sure that I'm rocking up to the red carpet wearing a goddamn fit, you know? The wanted jacket was $625. Well, you don't need to specify that they're assless. I just love saying assless chaps though, you know? It rolls off the tongue. Assless chaps. Okay, so let's watch
Riley
this.
Green.
Hey y'all, it's Carly Pierce.
What's up, everybody?
Hey, y'all.
This is Brothers Osborne.
Join us in celebrating 60 years of the ACM Awards.
Hey.
Incredible performances and once-in-a-lifetime collaborations.
Oh my God! Do you think Mother Nicole is going to be there? Do you guys think that Mother Nicole is gonna be there to support her hubby? Or is she too busy working on like one of the million shows and movies that she does? I need to get another meme moment out of Nicole. Can you imagine if I got the next Nicole Kidman meme moment, gif, etc.? Yeah, she do be working. She's a busy lady. She's working late because she's Nicole Kidman. What about Elizabeth Hurley? Oh, because she's dating Billy Ray Cyrus. Maybe one of like the most random couples, unless I've missed something. But when I saw the news that old Billy Ray Cyrus was dating Elizabeth Hurley, I thought he just got married to some girl who was like 19. Little Brassy Atlas, thank you for the 28 months.
All your favorite country music stars.
It's a celebration, 60 years in the making.
60 years.
Click the link below.
It's going to be a big show. It's 60 years. Are they even letting Beyonce show up? Well, Beyonce's on tour, so Beyonce will not be there. She's got things to do. But there are going to be a lot of other people there. Okay. Let's see. Check out some of the nominees. If you interview Tim McGraw and Faith Hill, can you apologize on my behalf for when I threw up on their daughter? What? Also, sure. I got you. Okay, here is Entertainer of the Year. Entertainer of the Year. You need this dress to be the perfect Southern Belle. This is giving Southern Belle, but I need to be like cunty, campy, costumey. I feel like that's the vibe that I'm going for. Okay, so we've got Chris Stapleton, one of my faves. I love the song. I love Tennessee. Tennessee whiskey. Tennessee whiskey. We all know this. What's his new album? Okay, I actually do like this song, but I probably shouldn't be just listening to old stuff, and I probably should be listening to new stuff. I have a lot of Okay. And then Lainey Wilson. Lainey Wilson. And my favorite Lainey Wilson song is Heart Like a Truck. Okay, she's got a real twang. I got a hankering for World War tires. It's the way I'm wired. Close. Boy, you need to know. Heart like a truck. It's been drug through the mud. It's on dreams and gasoline. Where he holds the key. Okay. It's like Reba and Jewel had a baby. It doesn't. She does sound like Jewel. You know what? I also fuck with Jewel. Okay. And then Luke Combs, who one time his manager tried to hit on me at one of the clubs I worked at and went, I managed Luke Combs. And I was like, hell yes. Okay, this is my favorite Luke Combs song. When it rains, it pours. Is this a song about divorce? Yes, it is. And then, last but not least, we have Take Me to God's Country. Take Me to God's Country, Morgan Wallen. I unfortunately like Morgan Wallen's music. Well, I am the biggest fan of Morgan Wallen. And my favorite song is I Had Some Help. Wait, I actually know this song. I mean, it has 1 billion streams. Wait. Morgan Wallen looks like if Sear and Will were thrown into a blender to make one person in this pic. Why is that so true? Oh my God. Do 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 do. Okay, so those are with a dash of Taron Egerton. Yeah. Honestly, it looks like a bunch of people just put into a blender and bloop. Did you hear Lana Del Rey's Morgan Wallen diss track? I have not. I didn't know that she did those. Is it drama? It's drama. Okay. It was at Stagecoach. Oh, I forgot she was at Stagecoach. Lana said she kissed. Wait, I'm confused. She said she kissed She kissed him, and then she dropped a diss track, or what? She said in an interview that one kiss she regrets is with Morgan Wallen. What was Lana Del Rey doing making out with Morgan Wallen? And yet I asked that question and it's not a real question. She seems to have a type.
Last time I'm ever gonna say this line. I kissed Morgan Wallen. I guess kissing me kind of went to his head. If you want my secret to success, I suggest don't go ATVing with him when you're out west. Look at me.
Don't go ATVing with him while you're out west. Damn, she just admitted that on stage.
The last time I'm ever gonna say this line. I kissed Morgan Wallen.
Can I say something? I think this might be the first time I've heard Lana Del Rey's speaking voice. I am not even kidding you.
I guess kissing me kind of went to his head.
But like maybe also not, because I definitely saw her at Coachella, I think, and I am so confusing myself because I've like hearing her speak, I go, have I never heard her speak before?
If you want my secret to success, I suggest don't go ATVing with him when you're out west.
Because that voice is a voice like I've never heard. So like maybe she changes her voice? I don't know. You know, the thing about Lana Del Rey is the thing about Lana Del Rey. Lana Del Rey is always giving us moments like this, whether she's marrying a crocodile wrangler, an alligator wrangler down in Louisiana, or she's dating a cop, or she's out on the stage at Stagecoach, admitting that she made out with Morgan Wallen on an ATV and then said, don't do it. She goes to a known anti-LGBT church in LA. Wait, is it the church that all those celebrities go to, like Justin Bieber? Is it that one? The one there's the pastor who's got all the tattoos? Or she goes to Hillsong? Oh, no, LA. Sorry. LA as in Louisiana. Okay, because I was going to say, I mean, an anti-LGBT church in LA proper sounds a little strange. Not saying it can't happen, but Louisiana, that makes more sense. My favorite is the video of the fan with cut marks, and she asks if they've been chopping it up. What? Somebody link that to me, please. I did see her Stagecoach set. She kind of reminds me of a Stepford Wives version of Amy Winehouse. I've heard she's often analyzed as sort of an idealized fantasy for the male gaze. Well, her look has always been, it's like very demure, very romantic. She kind of has like the 50s waves, very old Hollywood, the way she does her makeup. But then it's also kind of like culty, you know? She loves a long white dress, being barefoot. Okay, is this it? Let's see.
Check out this latest fan sighting of Lana.
You chopping it up over me? No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Chopping it up? You chopping it up?
What the fuck?
No, ma'am. No, so cute. What am I gonna do with you guys? Oh my god. Everyone here's so cute.
The way she just said it, you chopping it up over here? Lana, why?
Amazing. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
No, ma'am. Chopping it up? You chopping it up over me? No, ma'am. No, so cute. What am I gonna do with you guys? Oh my god. Everyone here's so cute.
Oh my god, she was definitely on Tumblr in the mid 2000s. Abso-fucking-lutely. No doubt about it. girl, in front of all those people too. You know, I'm kind of surprised that Lana Del Rey hasn't really gotten canceled. Like, you know, I mean, she's had some skirmishes, but I feel as if she kind of she did in 2020 kinda I do think she has cemented her status as not fully a problematic fave, not in the way that, say, an Azalea Banks, who I have disavowed and is not a problematic fave. But kind of a, oh, Lana, oh, she does and says some crazy things, but we love her. love her songs. They do seem to have kind of a soft spot for her. I gotta say something. Maybe it's a little bit of a hot take. Maybe. Okay. I like Lana Del Rey. Some of her songs I really love. I do feel like a lot of her songs sound the same, you know? New music, old music. It's and obviously artists have a sound that is them. That's very specific to them. But I feel as if there's really not much variety in her music. And maybe that's why people like it. Yeah, that's why you like it. Sure. I think I just kind of I'll listen to a couple Lana songs and then I'm good. You know, I'll move on. I'll be like, I got the sound. I got my fix. She's a reliable vibe. Okay, that's fair. I understand that. They've got kind of a soft wistfulness that blends together without a lot of highs or lows. It just kind of stays there. Yeah. So you know what you're going to get. Fucking love Gods and Monsters. In the land of gods and monsters. He was has she performed at Stagecoach before? Or is this her first time? I feel like the perspective is that if she wants to be taken advantage of or be abused and romanticize that experience, it's her right to. Yeah. Okay. What is my favorite Lana Del Rey album? Oh, Born to Die. All the way. I think Lana Del Rey is like a chain restaurant. You have one good sandwich you go for in every chain because you know it's going to hit what you need. Lana Del Rey is like a chain restaurant where they got that one sandwich and you go, you know what? I know it sounds crazy, but Applebee's, they got a crazy club. Okay, my favorite club. It's my favorite club. Show me another club sandwich that's going to hit the way this club sandwich is going to. Have you seen the pic of her and Lindsay as Abercrombie models? Yes. Yeah, she's been around for a long time. I mean, what was her name? Lizzie Borden. No. Lizzie. What was Lana Del Rey? Lizzie Grant. Yes, Lizzie Grant. Remember when she worked at Waffle House? Oh, yeah. Remember when that was a thing where celebrities were like spending an hour working at a minimum wage service job, usually a chain restaurant, something along those lines, just to be one of the people, I guess. She picked up a tray at Waffle House. An hour seems generous. It seems like a generous amount of time. So anywho, okay, we were talking about Lana Del Rey, crazy Lizzie Grant, crazy Lana, and let's see who's the theme. Okay, so the American Country Music Awards splits it up into male artists of the year and then female artists of the year. So let's take a look at my ladies. I actually fucking love Casey Musgraves. Genuinely. Love her music. Love her. This is like a person, she's a person that I would desperately love to talk to on the red carpet. Love her down bad. Ella Langley, Casey Musgraves, Kelsey Ballerina, Lainey Wilson, Megan Maroney. These are female artists of the year. I also like Kelsey Ballerini. I'm new to her. But anyway, male artists of the year: Chris Stapleton, Cody Johnson, Jelly Roll, Luke Combs, and Morgan Wallen. So interesting. All these guys are nominated for Entertainer of the Year, but the only two female artists nominated are Lainey Wilson and Kelsey Ballerini. How is Beyonce not in either of these categories? Well, as Beyonce herself says in her song, first they said I wasn't country. First they said I was too country, and then they said I wasn't country enough. This is her tweeting on a random Monday. Is it possible to die of horniness? Asking for a friend. Yeah, that's very Casey Musgraves. Tweeting at 11:24 a.m. You know, that's her. We love her. Are there only like 10 people making country music right now? Maybe like 12. Okay. Rascal Flatts is nominated for Group of the Year, y'all. We all know Rascal Flatts. Life is a highway. I'm going to ride it all night long. All night long. Scooter, thank you for the 12 months. And then they also have new female artists of the year. Why are these in black and white? I don't know. Okay. All right. New male artist of the year, new duo, album of the year, single of the year, song of the year, music event of the year, visual media of the year, songwriter of the year, artist songwriter of the year. Okay. And then there's studio recording award nominees, industry award nominees. I'm confused. Wait, are these all going to be at the show or no? Promoter of the year? What? All right. Okay. I feel like those are not going to be at the show. I feel like the ones that are going to be at the show are the obvious categories. Casino of the year. Hell yeah. Can't wait to find out. Cannot wait to find out. Also, I have to meet Reba. God love me some Reba McEntire. Okay, so this is what's happening. Yeah, a single mom who works 2 jobs. A single mom who works 2 jobs and still finds time to host the 60th Academy of Country Music Awards. So the next thing that we can talk about, do I think Dolly's going to be there? I would say, I don't know. I mean, she's won a bunch. She's won ACM awards. Oh, apparently she co-hosted in 2023. Maybe. I mean, her husband just died. I don't know if she's in mourning still or she's like, girl, I'm going on down to the ACM. Maybe she's, maybe she'll be there. In which case, I will obviously try my best to hang out with her. Maybe she's busy with Dollywood. Could be. Could be. So, yes, as I said, for the next 8 days, this is now a country stream. And I already got my truck. I got my 6-pack of beer. And I got my girl. Boy, I got my girl boy. And it's a gravel road in a summer night. And we ain't got work in the morning. That's the vibe here. That's what's going on. So, speaking of country, let me give you my thoughts on Cowboy Carter. This ain't Texas. Ain't no hold'em. So lay your cards down, 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 down. Pocket Lexus. Put your keys up. Bow, 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 bow. Gonna be a protector. So this is cute. She brought her daughters out. Blue Ivy is like a superstar. My God. I mean, it was so funny because I turned to Cutie. So I was there, Cutie and Maya were there, and then my partner manager, and then another woman who works for Twitch. So it was just the 5 of us. We're at Beyonce's opening night, and I turned to Cutie and Maya when Blue Ivy came out on stage, and she strutted down the whole stage. She's a big part of the show. Like, she doesn't just make a cameo. She's like in the show. And I turned to them, I said, you want to feel old? Blue Ivy just turned 30. And Maya screamed. Cutie's jaw dropped open. And they were like, are you fucking serious? And I was like, no, she's 13. But they believed me. They believed me. When she was walking down, I was like, yeah, you want to feel old? Blue Ivy is the big 3. You know, I actually really could spread so much misinformation because people believe me. They believe the things that I say. Maya screamed is so funny. Maya screamed. But anyway, so Blue Ivy was a big part of her show. She's great. Like, she's coming into her own as a dancer. I don't know if she does. I don't know if like she kind of just mostly performs with her mom, or she wants to have a career of her own. I don't know if she sings. She's a dancer. I don't know if she sings though. And then Little Rumi came out, and they did like a cute mother-daughters thing during the song Protector. Wait, yeah, Blue Ivy already has a Grammy. God damn. I will be a projector.
Beyonce's daughters, Blue Ivy and Rumi, stealing the spotlight on night 1 of the Cowboy Carter tour, which kicked off Monday in LA.
It was great that she was there with you and you took her up on stage. She's so grown though now. She is so
taller than me. I don't like it at all.
She is very tall.
She was here, and Rumi, my youngest daughter. Thank you, Rumi. Lifting you up, slowly raised. Even though I know someday
shine on your home, I will be a projector.
13-year-old Blue getting her own moment to shine, stepping out for a dance break to her mom's hit Deja Vu.
I also turned to Cutie and I was like, I can already see the Fox News headlines. I can already see the segment on like Fox and Friends talking about how Beyonce is pimping out her daughter. She should be playing with dolls, not shaking her butt on stage in front of thousands of people. She looks so much like her mom.
While 7-year-old Rumi joined her fam for Protector.
I'll be a projector.
Okay, see that fit? This is the fit. This is the fit. I want this fit.
Give it up for Romeo.
It's the first time fans have seen Rumi on stage, but Blue's sort of old hat at this point.
Blue Ivy is very smart and very artistic.
Okay, so anyway, that's just a little taste of the show. Wow, somebody filmed the whole thing and put it up there. Let me see if you can see more of the outfits.
Was surprisingly seen mom belted out there, came over to offer essence.
Oh yeah, she rode a mechanical bull.
Because this is LA, she did it in front of a star-studded crowd, of course.
Guess where we're going? We're ready.
Giddy up, giddy up, giddy up.
Gayle King came back from space just to make it to Beyonce.
Oprah, Gayle, her daughter, and some friends piled into the car for the trip to the stadium.
Guess where we're going? Not to space.
Once they got there, Oprah got to sing along with Beyonce. And she and the gang toasted
Oprah's
with none other than
wasted.
Tyler Perry. Abbott Elementary's Cheryl Lee Ralph got her first look at Beyonce in concert. And here's Beyonce's opening night by the numbers. She had 8 outfit changes. The show lasted nearly 3 hours.
It was long.
The tour is expected to bank more than $300 million. So who else might Cowboy Carter lasso to join her on stage?
She did a performance at the NFL and she had Post Malone there. I'd love to see Miley Cyrus, some of the country greats on stage with her. And
Permission at the Bong Big C, permission to
crowd,
these.
and they would love to see that. And I think she has that up her sleeve.
Okay, so let me give you my thoughts on the show. 1, I could not believe she did a 3-hour show and by the end of it did not even look tired. Overall, so this is actually my first time seeing a solo Beyonce concert, which is crazy. But yeah, my first time, and she's a phenomenal performer, just through and through. You go and you have a great fucking time. People are dancing. It feels like a party. Beyonce dances and does so much throughout the show. The visuals were phenomenal. If you're like, Beyonce, release the Renaissance visuals. No. You got to go to Beyonce's show to see the visuals. So let me get through all the good first, and then I'll get to the parts that I was like, Beyonce's a goddamn performer, truly one of the goats. She sounded amazing. So the way that I described the show is it wasn't like a full Eras style show where she in the way that Taylor did, an equal amount from every era of her career. But this was definitely a show that had a lot of nostalgia to it. I will say, Jay-Z was not a part of the visuals. There was one brief photo of him because she was doing, this was the part where she was like looking back on her life and when her kids were babies and them getting older, and then her when she was young. From when she started performing all the way through Destiny's Child era to when she went solo to her various tours. And then there was like this quick compilation of probably 50 different photos of Beyonce from concerts, tours, etc. And it just flashed through all of them. So there was definitely like nostalgia to the show. There was a looking back on Beyonce's life, looking back on her career. Because this was opening night and because this is an album that is very different from what she's done before because it's a country album. Now, it's not like Chris Stapleton style country. It's very Beyonce style country. But she was, there was an energy to her that was obvious in her excitement to be performing these songs for the first time in her tour. And also she did a couple songs that like she's never performed before at all. And so she was like, thank you for being here and letting me make this album. And this was very special to me, yada, yada. So there was a lot of that vibe. And then thematically, so there was a lot going on. There were various themes accompanied with various visual interludes that were thematic. So the show started and ended, and then it was sprinkled throughout the country side of Beyonce because this was the Cowboy Carter tour. And so she began the show and ended the show with American Requiem. Hello, my old friend. It's that one. American Requiem. That's exactly how she sounded. So she started and ended the show with that. And then she had, there was like a whole visual interlude of her at like, kind of like a Wild West vibe. That was really cool. And then she also got, like sort of political with it. There were a lot of images. Of like moments from history, specifically civil rights and Black drag and or LGBTQ performers. And so that was like very heavy imagery, a lot of black and white photos of just cultural icons, just icons in general. And the vibe I was kind of getting was that America is a big country. It's a big, beautiful country, and it's not just a country for white people. And obviously that's been a thing with Beyonce's foray into country music, where racist white America has tried to keep her from the country genre because they believe that country music is for white people only, by white people, for white people. So how dare a Black woman who is from Houston and whose roots are really, whose roots are country, make a country album. So anyway, so that was that was something that I was getting the sense of, where it was Beyonce showing America, but not white America, not the America that a certain subset of people in this country who may also be big listeners of country music believe America is. She had some clips from Fox News. Yeah, she had a whole like satirical part of the show where she's dressed up in all these like newspaper headlines. And there's all these like microphone stands and reporters and yada, yada, yada. She had clips from Fox News. So, okay. I would say the one part of the show that was just kind of tough for me to swallow was the amount of American flag imagery. And the third song that she sang was the national anthem. And I was like, Not even Beyonce can get me to stand for the national anthem. And I think it's because obviously like what has been going on in America, what the American flag at this moment symbolizes, what it conjures up. So even though it's Beyonce and she's wearing the American flag and she's showing these images of Americans of the past who are not just white core America, it did not hit. Like, I just wasn't really along for that ride. And the last dress that she wore was literally an American flag dress. And I didn't look at it, and I wasn't watching it, and I was not swept up in the America that Beyonce was presenting and the country that she was presenting in her concert. So I just think like I get the feeling she's trying to almost reclaim Americana and the American flag for all Americans, but yeah, it's just like it doesn't hit right now. Yes, and that was the feeling I got too, and I know that that's been a thing with like taking the American flag back from MAGA and reclaiming America and all of its symbolism and imagery, and showing that America is a melting pot and America is diverse, and country music is not a genre of music that is solely for white people by white people. But it's just at this current moment, at this, like at the Bernie rally, people started cheering USA. Yeah, maybe not the chant to be cheering. Yeah, and obviously it's Beyonce. Okay, Beyonce is a billionaire. She is a capitalist. She is not a real revolutionary, which is fine. Like, I still love Beyonce. Like, this is a conversation we've had a lot about artists where we should not expect that artists are leading the revolution, especially not billionaire pop artists. That's just silly to think that someone like Beyonce would be a true revolutionary despite the, despite her lyrics and her imagery. And so I had a great time. Okay, I had a great time. I think she is so fucking talented. She's an amazing performer, right? Like, Beyonce fucking performs. But as far as it being this like stirring imagery and feeling like she also did the revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be televised. And then there was one part where there were words on the screen that said, never ask permission for something that is yours, which, it kind of gave the energy of like a libbed up Instagram post, right? Never ask permission for something that is yours. And then you have like the American flag and it's like, hooah. The merch is also filled with the American flag, maroon, the black top. The blue top I wanted to get, and some fuck-ass stars on the arm. I say all this, and then in 8 days, I will be on the carpet for the American Country Music Awards and saying hoorah and yeehaw and hell yeah, brother. But anyway, I'm just giving my thoughts on my experience at Beyonce, and Cutie agreed with me too. We talked about it. We were just talking during the show and then afterwards. And yeah, I mean, I just think that I think it's hard. I think it's hard if you're paying attention to what is going on in America to not feel ashamed by the sight of the American flag, to not feel like this is a country that in the current moment is doing everything it can to like violently remove people who are not who are not white, who do not fit the current status quo of the administration, who If you say something in the land of the free and the home of the brave, if you are a green card holder or visa holder, or God, even a judge or whoever, if you say something that goes against the interests of the government that is critical of a foreign country, not even like of the US, obviously the US's involvement, but like primarily directed towards a foreign country, then you will be removed. Then you do not get to be here. So obviously I am just relating this all to I'm relating this all to what's happening in American politics. I want to be very clear that I did not go into this show being like, all right, here we go. We're going to speak. Beyonce is going to speak truth to power. Beyonce is going to, she's going to rev me up for the revolution. No, like I went in to the show and I very much so kept in mind throughout the whole show that I was there to watch Beyonce perform, and perform she did. But I still like the things that I just said are also things that I reflected on and went kind of like, yeah, I'm not so into all these American flags, essentially. Let's be real. Beyonce's a smart business lady. She's not gonna do something. No, 1,000%. Like, I am kind of frankly tired of even the conversation about pop stars, especially billionaire pop stars, not being revolutionary enough, because it's like, why are we continuing to expect that, or to pretend as if that's ever a thing? Like, that is, it's simply never something that is going to happen. And so that's how it's going to go. Yeah. Celebrities in general, you should not look to as your savior, right? And I think though, when you really connect with an artist, when you love someone's music, and you are a person who cares about politics and you are engaged and involved, I think some people, it's like they need that from the artists whose art they consume and they love. And I just think it's like understanding that someone who is a capitalist, first and foremost, whether they are a politician or an influencer or a pop star, is never going to be truly a revolutionary. Like, you just gotta know that. As a Black woman, I'm also aware that Black capitalism won't save me. Yes, Black people will not be saved by having Black billionaires, by having Black CEOs, by having a Black president. That's just the truth, right? And I am a little nostalgic for the era where I believed that Barack Obama would like save the country, because damn, that era felt great when I was in it, right? Beyonce coming out singing the Star Spangled Banner at the inauguration, Barack Obama, hope and change, yes we can, believing that the first Black president, a man named Barack Hussein Obama, was going to save us. You know, I do have a nostalgia for my lived up era. It was blissful. It was. It felt good at the time. You know, as Fred Hampton said, you can't beat capitalism with more capitalism. Yeah, you beat it with socialism. Hi Caroline, just joined. What are we talking about? We're talking about Beyonce, because I went to the concert on Monday. I went to the opening night of Cowboy Carter. So I was just giving all my thoughts on the show. You should do one stream where you're total lib for it. Yeah, I like activate the sleeper. I activate the sleeper lib in me. You know, sometimes I'm like, just lobotomize me and put my lib brain back in. Take me back to like 2000 and 2008. Give me that. Well, not like the crash. Not that. But the just the feeling of unstoppable hope. I want to be plugged back into the Matrix, you know? Plug me back in. Okay, what else can I say? That went over so well. The TwitchCon debate, everyone got that you were playing a character. Yeah, everyone got it. Wow, I had no idea that Taylor Swift. Comrade Swift. This is real and true. This is as real and true as me hosting the Tonys. Comrade Swift. Is that Katya? No, that's Tay-Tay. You know what the album Red is really about, you know? Where's the Swiftie dissertation on the album Red secretly being Taylor's admission of being a communist? I saw the Irish dancer girls Beyonce hired for the tour off TikTok earlier. Were they great? Okay, yes. Thank you for the dancers were fucking phenomenal. And I love that there was a big moment in the show that solely focused on the dancers, and they had a variety. They had these amazing ballet dancers. They obviously had her main dance team, and then there were like some solo dance moments. Some sashaying. That was one of my favorite parts. They had a ballroom moment. Yep. Absolutely. They had a huge ballroom moment. You know, there's already some QAnon theory that Taylor Swift is a commie. I mean, she was accused of being a commie because she was supporting Joe Biden. Be a sandwich. Thank you for the 6 months. Filibuster. Thank you for the 14 months. Yeah, just by supporting Joe Biden, Taylor Swift was already called a commie. Here's commie Ray Jepsen. Everyone should know I'm a Marxist-Leninist. This is from 2017. So call me maybe a Marxist-Leninist. Hey, I just met you, and this is crazy. But here's the Communist Manifesto, so read it maybe. Biden is a Maoist, no? I do believe so. Yeah, I do believe that's real and true. I imagine Beyonce had a moment where she called out Israel's war crimes and demanded a ceasefire while shouting out the resistance. Yeah, I think I was in the bathroom for that part, but I heard that did happen. Have you seen this? What is this? What is this? Gen Z's political revolution? Oh no. We grew up reading The Hunger Games and Percy Jackson. What did y'all expect? And the first song is You Need to Calm Down. Oh my God. This is the song that kicks off the revolution, y'all. Damn. Wow. You know what? Taylor Swift is going to lead the revolution. I'm gonna break my bones. When we do our own January 6th, you need to just stop. Listen, you crony capitalists, you need to just stop. You need to calm down. You need to calm down. Look, we're doing the revolution, okay? We're doing the revolution. The revolution will not be televised. It will be performed at the Eras Tour. Can you imagine activating all the Swifties, though? You know, I think it really would happen. With the Swifties activated? Yeah, also, Shade never made anybody less gay. All right, so anyway, that's what's going on here. I would love to know what else is on the playlist. I love this. We grew up reading The Hunger Games and Percy Jackson. What did y'all expect? Y'all thought that Gen Z wasn't going to do a political revolution? Hello. I wore my braid as Katniss Everdeen. Okay. I love Percy Jackson. It's like, okay, The Hunger Games, I understand more. I don't really get the Percy Jackson as much. And I read those books. What if this was like, hello, we grew up reading the Communist Manifesto and Percy Jackson. Hello. Have you seen the Me Canyon Swift? I have actually seen it. You know what I saw recently? I saw that, this is actually kind of sad. Okay, let me find it. Gen Z is falling in love with the charm and the cringe of millennials. It's finally happened. Gen Z is no longer seeing the chugginess of millennials as a bad thing, and in fact, they're nostalgic for it. In fact, they're romanticizing things that are associated with millennial culture. Here's watching you kiss her. Imagine it's 2013. A new episode of Girls just dropped. You're a millennial woman living in Greenpoint trying to make it as a slam poet, and you're dating a man who makes BuzzFeed quizzes. Life is good. So I guess the main show that makes an appearance in a lot of these Gen Z TikTok videos where they're talking about being nostalgic for millennial core era is Girls. I guess Gen Z has discovered Girls and they are loving it. And now they're looking back on all the times that they made fun of millennials. They're like, you know what, actually? Kind of wish that I grew up in that era. Imagine. I mean, wasn't I just saying too that I was like, take me back. Take me back, please. Okay, so not too long ago, if you asked Derek Dang to describe millennials, the Gen Z term chuggy, outdated or uncool, may have come to mind. Now, I thought chuggy itself had become chuggy. I thought the word chuggy had become chuggy. I don't know. What do I know? But in recent months, the Brooklyn resident said he's been overcome by a different emotion when thinking about the generation that came before him. Nostalgia. That millennial era of like BuzzFeed quizzes and mustaches, nerdcore, and hipsters, it's very much like delightfully cringe, but in a very wholesome way, said Dang, whose video about his love of millennial culture on TikTok was viewed thousands of times. Many Gen Zers, those from the ages 12 to 27, have expressed similar feelings of longing for the era that they never got to experience as adults. Across TikTok, hundreds of people with posted videos celebrated things that are typically associated with millennial culture, including Tumblr, skinny jeans. I got rid of all my skinny jeans because Gen Z said that they weren't cool. Upbeat music, Barack Obama, and maybe most prominently, HBO's TV series, Girls. Here's a better source.
If you or a loved one has gone to the theaters to see the Minecraft movie, are they okay? People are showing up to the Minecraft movie in suits and absolutely losing.
Okay, hold on. Let me finish this. Oh, wait. Here's the one that I wanted. Oh, wait. Not this one. What the heck? We already watched that one. Okay. Of course, Gen Zers are not the first generation, nor will they be the last, to romanticize the lifestyle of a different era. But Pamela Aronson, a professor of sociology at University of Michigan Dearborn, said this recent surge of nostalgia from Gen Zers has likely been fueled by the uncertainty and volatility of the current climate. Yeah. I think it's not great. And I think a lot of Gen Z and also Gen Alpha have not... I feel like you guys didn't get to experience kind of blissful ignorance in the way that millennials did. Like, shit was bad, okay? When I was growing up, obviously we were in Iraq and Afghanistan. There was a lot of similar shit happening in the early 2000s as is happening now. You had the Patriot Act, Muslims being surveilled, Palestinians who were like just being held in detention. Israel was doing Israel stuff. You had the crash. So it's not like we didn't have problems. But one thing that I will say is different is that when millennials were younger, when the internet was still new, I think the internet worked the way that it was supposed to work. And then with Gen Z and Gen Alpha, your guys' experience on the internet is the internet surpassing where it should have stopped. Like how the internet should have been. And back in the day, it was like you had E-Bombs World and Facebook was still in its infancy. And social media was this thing where like you would go on Twitter and post, just had a delicious sandwich, #yum. You didn't like worry about having perfectly curated feeds. You weren't being fed up all the shit in the algorithms. You had Tumblr, right? We had Tumblr era. And like memes were this thing that weren't being posted by Elon Musk. You guys, I know about E-Bombs World. Yes. Yeah, you're saying be on Kick when I was 12 and getting unsolicited dick pics from random men wasn't good. Yeah, and it's not to say that like when I was in high school, well, I wasn't 12, I was in high school, that we weren't on sites like, what was that fucking website where you would just like talk to random people. And of course, a lot of times you would get dicks. But I just feel like the internet in the early and mid 2000s, chat roulette. Yes. No, it was chat roulette. I feel like the internet of my millennial era was a lot, it was just a lot less overbearing. It was a lot less consuming. And it just kind of was more fun. You know, I feel as if, obviously, look, I've talked a lot and I've talked with Taylor Lorenz about the good that the internet serves as a way for people to access information, to, you know, form community when they do not have families or, you know, are not growing up in communities that they are like safe to be, to have their identities be like public. And yet I do feel like the internet was just this fun thing. It was just this thing that wasn't your whole life. And it was also like you weren't consciously aware of, or you weren't aware of being perceived all the time. Like, here's a perfect example of a thing that I talk about all the time that is just so awful. This shit. Somebody just zoomed in and posted a screenshot of somebody's text messages and then posted it online. Why are we doing this? We live in a surveillance state. Why are we doing extra individual surveillance? What is wrong with us? There's no privacy. There's no privacy. Anything that you say or do in public, somebody will probably put on the internet because they'll get some likes. Like, what did this have? 130,000 likes. 130,000 likes. And this person was right in saying, it's crazy how comfortable we've all gotten with non-state surveillance. Capturing and posting someone's text to social media for commentary is quite literally insane. Like, this is fucking insane. I can't believe that we just do this to each other all the time. Remember back in the 2010s, people would live tweet combos, arguments they overheard. But like the difference being that we weren't all fucking cops, okay? We weren't like posting necessarily photos of people who were engaged in an argument at an Applebee's and being like, wow, her name is so-and-so. Here's where she works. Oh man, isn't that crazy? Like, there's no privacy. There's no privacy. And I'm not just saying this for me, who's a content creator who like willingly has put myself and parts of my life on the internet. I'm saying this for like people just existing where you just want to go about your day and not worry about somebody taking a fucking photo of you or screenshotting your tweets and throwing it up on Twitter. Yeah. And obviously too, you know, these websites are all being run by fucking Nazi oligarch pieces of shit. And you look at Twitter specifically. I got on Twitter when Twitter first started, and I was in college. Twitter was this silly place. And then once I started to kind of use it more seriously, I used it to follow journalists. I was getting my news from Twitter. A lot of times breaking news would hit in wait, when did Twitter start? Wait, hold on. I'm not that old. Twitter start date. 2006? The first tweet was sent on March 21st, 2006. Okay, maybe I think I got it in high school, but I didn't tweet until college. Like, that was when I remember that I would use Twitter. Like, remember I said I used Twitter to talk about Julia Stiles? Like, I was trying to spread the rumor because I've been spreading misinformation my entire life that Julia Stiles was coming to my school. Like, starting a hashtag. Remember hashtags? If someone must post a stranger online, they should yassify them for... Yes, yassify to maintain anonymity, but wow, I hate this kid. Sure, like yassify them, blur out information that's like someone's private information when you are just spying on them, you know? Emojis over faces. I mean, one thing I see all the time that I truly believe is just straight up cruelty is when people will post photos when they are sitting next to a person on a plane who is overweight, okay? And they'll post a fucking picture of them and be like, oh my God. Can you believe that this is my situation? They're just like straight up posting pictures of this person. And it's like, what? You are evil. You are cruel. You are so cruel. Remember making a Facebook status? I sure do. I sure do. So anyway, okay, back to this. Today's young adults are entering adulthood with unique challenges. While millennials came of age during a recession, the professor said she worries about the implications of Gen Z stepping into their adult years amid a pandemic that stifled natural interactions and led into an era of more turbulent social and political discourse. Absolutely. COVID fucked shit up. COVID destroyed a lot of like COVID era. It destroyed a lot of third places, right? This is something that we talk about, or third spaces. This is something we talk about, how the disappearance of third spaces has led people to really primarily just spend all of their time on the internet. And it's where you get a lot of these angry dudes who, for the last however many years, have been fed filth from men who they are only in spaces with other men, like interacting with their male their male role models, you know, people who are telling them how awful women are, and you know, how to like have sex with women. And you just look in like the comment section on, I mean, don't look at the comment section, just don't look in comment sections, but you look at a comment section under a post of something like this tweet that was making the rounds. Where is it? I thought I had this bookmarked somewhere. Here it is. This one. So this guy is the same guy, and he did a 12-week fitness course to transform his body. And then somebody tweeted this and said, in the first reply to this poll, there's a picture of Ollie Murs before and after a 12-week gym transformation. Do you think he looks better before or after? Are you male or female? Of course, men. This seems predictable that men mostly or more of them said after. Okay, so the supercut, no body fat, etc. But more women said before. Women went, I actually prefer this one. And then this has sparked a whole discourse, right? Why are women lying about this? What's the actual cause of like men who are mad that women in a fucking poll about these transformation photos preferred the picture on the left. And they're just always angry. They're just always pissed off. And it's like, it's funny because these are the same guys who will say, like, these are the same incel type fucks who will get mad. You know, they're mad at like these evil imaginary women who they're like, all women want is this. All women want is this. And that's why I can't have sex with women, because this is what women want. And then when women will, obviously this is not all women. Okay. This is one poll. But when something like this happens, women respond to a poll and more of them say, I like the before, then they'll be like, oh, women are lying. Why do women lie? We know what women want. It's like, who's telling you that though? Who's telling you what women want? Is it men like Andrew Tate? Is that who you're listening to? Also, this guy is in shape. Like, let me be clear. This is a guy who goes to the gym and eats fairly healthy. Like, that's a guy who's already in shape. You know, the whole dad bod thing, you know where that comes from? That comes from women, okay? Like the being into dad bods, that is a cultural thing that comes from women talking about their preferences, talking about like how they like a dad bod, you know? Okay, so anyway, why was I talking about that? Blah, blah, blah. We were talking about third spaces. We were talking about more people being driven to solely interacting with others online and how that can lead to these super duper hostile, toxic parts of the internet where it's just guys who are in spaces with other isolated men and they're expressing how they can't meet women, they can't date women, they don't know any women. So anyway, I was talking about the comments section where you go in the comment section of tweets like this and men will be like talking about how they don't know any women, how the only women they know are women that they work with or like women who are their sisters or their mothers, that like they just do not at all interact with women. And it's like, yeah, I wonder why there are a number of men who simply are not interacting with women. I wonder if it has to do with the fact that they are spending all of their time in like Asmongold's chat, you know, or they're spending all their time in these like 4chan style internet spaces where it's all guys and it's like super hostile to women. And then that's then what happens, the result being that these guys are like, I don't know women. I've never talked to a woman. I am not dating a woman. I haven't had sex with a woman. Avoid the mold. Avoid the mold. Yeah, when they talk to a woman online, they're like, no, you're lying. Name a woman. You know what? Forget about naming 100 women. Name a woman. Name one woman. And look, like, it is sad. It is sad how many men are expressing that like the only women they know are women who they work with or women in their family. But at the same time, it's like, okay, some of y'all need to do some introspection here. What do you think is going on? You know, it's like, do you see the things that you're saying? Do you see the spaces that you're hanging out with? Do you see where you're spending all of your free time? Truly, name 2 IRL women who aren't related who would vouch for you. Whenever someone asks me to name a woman, I always say Caroline Kwan. Great answer. There was a tweet about a woman showing a large period pad and men in the comments were like, oh, she's fat. That's why she needs a giant pad. It's like, do you know any women? Right. I love when they say stuff like that. Name a woman who's not your mom. Not all the dudes expressing this loneliness. No, that's why I said some of these guys need to do some introspection. I don't think that every man who is lonely, who is isolated, who is like not in, has lost the opportunity, the ability, the whatever to interact with women. I know that not every single one of them is like a crusty right-wing Andrew Tate worshiping guy. You can tell though, the ones who are, because they're the ones who are in the comments of tweets that are super hostile to women. And those are the ones who it's like, have you not put 2 and 2 together? Have you not figured this out yet? You know how you're getting really mad at this tweet that had a poll that asked women, which one do you prefer? And you're just screaming about women lying. And then in the comments, you're just screaming about women and then also talking about how you don't know any women. That's where we need to do some introspection. We need to look at like, who are you spending all of your time listening to, interacting with? I've helped my friends to get rizz by making them stop thinking about what TikTok tells them to think. Yeah, that's good. Okay. Christian Guarin describes the 2010s as a more hopeful time, which he partially attributed to the country electing and re-electing its first black president. Yeah, it was a more hopeful time because we were all smoking that hopium. We were all smoking that hopium and changium. So look, Gen Z, you guys are 12 to 27. So in 2016, the oldest Gen Zers were like 16. Okay, so you hadn't quite been able to vote yet. But when you came of age of voting, Donald Trump was president. You got the effects of Barack Obama being elected, and also decades of the Democrats turning their backs on working class people. Like when you came of voting age, and when you got into an age where you're probably becoming politically involved, this would be the older Gen Zers, you were dealing with the blowback. You were getting the effects. Whereas when I was, and a lot of my peers, when we were the age that Gen Z was when Donald Trump came into power, we had the hopium and copium. We had what Gen Z in this article is describing as a more hopeful time. And obviously not every single person was smoking on the hopium and copium, but it was the vibes. The vibes for that time were certainly different than they are now. Barack Obama will still save us. Just you wait. It feels like at the turn of every decade, there's a renewed sense of optimism towards what this new decade could be and what it could hold, said Kwan, who works as a barista in Orange County, California. There was kind of the sense that we're really moving towards progress. These TikToks are so funny to me. Okay, but does anyone low-key actually miss when music sounded like this? Because the millennials were low-key onto something.
We are young. There's a fire in our soul.
Create, thank you for the 18 months hexing. Thank you for the 19 Britta B. Thank you for the 8 months. This is the take of most.
See that I'm about to be 34 and I have no family. Because my dad had 2 kids by the time he was 27. Yeah. And I'm like, man.
I have a question. Wait, what the fuck is playing right now? I was like, what is this dramatic ass music?
That I'm about to be 34 and I have no family. Because my dad had 2 kids by the time he was 27.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man. You know what the problem is though? It's definitely not me. Mm-hmm. I think it's
okay, talk about smoking on that copium.
To everybody else.
Yeah.
I think it's to everybody else.
Yeah. I think it's everybody else. Okay, I have a theory. You guys.
Man.
So you know how Tim Pool wears the beanie everywhere? Okay. So some might say because bald or balding. I think that it's like the story of the woman with the ribbon, where she can't take the ribbon off and she's very protective over her ribbon. And she gets married and her new husband is so curious about this ribbon. And he asks her and he's like, why do you wear, he becomes more and more curious. He's like, why do you have this ribbon? Why do you have this ribbon? She's like, never touch the ribbon. Never touch it. And one night she's asleep and his curiosity has just gotten the best of him. And he undoes the ribbon. And her fucking head falls off. I feel like if Tim Pool, if the beanie is removed, his head will roll. Heads will roll. And that head will be Tim Pool's. Can you imagine? Somebody comes up, bloop, takes me off. Tim Pool's head just, it just falls off. I swear there's a video of Tim Pool getting beanie ripped off in public and he immediately gets another one out of his bag. Yeah, maybe he has a total of like 5 seconds. Or his head just deflates, goes, just deflates into nothing. He's got the backup beanie because he only has a matter of moments before his head just... I don't know. There's only one way to find out. You know? Kodahara, thank you for the 8 months. Okay, let's finish up this article. Even music during the 2010s felt more like a pick-me-up, according to Kwan, who said he enjoys listening to artists like Katy Perry, and Walk the Moon, acts whose peak albums top charts between 2012 and 2014. Resurfacing popular jams from that time has almost become its own trend online, part of the larger millennial-coded content genre. In February, comedian and internet personality Kyle Gordon released a parody song on TikTok titled We Will Never Die, which is reminiscent of catchy songs from the mid-2010s like Fun's We Are Young. Still, a general sense of happiness has dwindled among Gen Zers, especially after the pandemic upended a critical time in their young adulthood. About 3/4 of Gen Z describe themselves as very happy or somewhat happy. Okay, that's higher than I thought, according to a 2024 report published by Gallup and the Walton Family Foundation. However, a big however, this percentage declines significantly as Gen Z reaches adulthood, alongside many of the factors that coincide with happiness. So overall, nearly half of Gen Z report often or always feeling anxious, and about 1 in 4 report that they are often or always depressed. These mental health challenges are especially pronounced among Gen Z adults. Many Zoomers also have lamented the lack of clubbing culture, noting that they feel they aren't socializing enough or taking advantage of being in their 20s. I think we all just share a collective frustration with everything that's going on, like socially and politically right now, said Dang, who works as a beauty editor. And I think that this nostalgia has been a cool way to share experiences and frustrations with the past and the present. The harsh realities of adulthood have been exacerbated by the pressure to be extremely online. During the peak of millennial culture, technology was like the perfect mixture of what you wanted it to be. We have everything that we need access to. I can very easily look something up if I want to, but it wasn't so prevalent at that time, right? Platforms like Tumblr, which were among the websites that thrived in the 2010s, feel more authentic to some Gen Zers. That's why Tumblr is like trying to make a comeback, who say there's more pressure to curate their personal lives on apps like Instagram, TikTok, and Snapchat. When I was on Tumblr, it's like people didn't really have too much of a place to make all these hate comments, said 27-year-old Steph Peralta, who works as an associate at a nonprofit in New York City. Now it's every little aspect is captured, and you don't want to have an outfit that seems too crazy and then is captured in public, and then people are like, what is she wearing? I'm clubbing, fuck it. You know what? Go out right now. Go to a club. Many online have also resurfaced clips from the Lena Dunham run show Girls, which aired from 2012 to 2017 and followed a group of women in their 20s in New York City. It's become associated with peak millennial culture as each of the characters embodied a different stereotype. Hannah Horvath, I'm always like, I'm her, Peralta said of Dunham's protagonist. I think it's her messy nature and kind of her selfishness, which is, in a way, I think horrible to see, but it's also comforting to see other people's flaws. Damn, this is just very funny to me because I, as a millennial, I feel like I'm nostalgic for the 90s, but that was an era that I still grew up in. I am not nostalgic for an era that I would say like peak nostalgia is for the 90s. Not an era that I did not experience, I did not grow up in. The show's resurgence in popularity coincides with the shift in Gen Z's perception of millennials. Millennials were making a comeback. No longer does Gen Z feel burdened by the label cringe, or as he put it, as Guarin put it, to be cringe is to be free. To be cringe is to be free, darlings. All right, so my Gen Z people, my Gen Z peeps. Also, where did oh, wait, what's her name? Not Gabby Hanna. Oops, I'm so sorry, Gabby Bell. I'm so sorry. Apologies. Apologies. I just actually recently learned who Gabby Hanna was. Whoa. Whoa-y. Speaking of cringe and Katy Perry, she's on tour. She should go the fuck home. Oh, I know. We've watched a lot of these and it's not good. If you are the guy in the article who's like, I've been listening to a lot of Katy Perry. Like, are you listening to old Katy Perry? You're not watching clips from current Katy Perry's tour? Okay, anyway, Gen Zers, how do we feel? What are our thoughts? How are you guys feeling about millennials? About the early to mid 2000s? Are you nostalgic for it? Just watching girls, thinking about Tumblr. Does that have you feeling like you wish that you would come of age in that era? Miss the Tumblr days. I'm an old Gen Z dude, so I was kind of there. It's cool, but now we got our own thing. Like, who here? Raise your hand. Raise your hand if you are generally happy. Okay, happy. You have some happiness. You have some happiness being Gen Z. In this economy. Finding joy anywhere? Are we finding joy anywhere? Anywhere. Okay. Just remember, don't kill yourself because we have The Pit season 2 coming out next January. And the plan is to have a season of The Pit drop every year. Okay. So just bear in mind. I follow a Gen Z trans shit poster who's obsessed with mid-aughts culture, and it's really fascinating to see my early 20s romanticized. Yeah, I mean, I think that depending on the millennial, there might be some who, especially older millennials, who are like, yeah, I think you guys are missing out on that there were some quite awful things that were happening in this era, that it's kind of conjuring up nostalgia for some members of Gen Z. I do, and I'm basing this obviously off of my own experience, but I do feel like as the internet spread, as it became a thing that a lot of people use on a daily basis, often all day, every day, as information became more accessible, but also you are hounded constantly by a news cycle that is 24/7 and profits off of pushing really bad news. I do feel like for Gen Z and for younger generations, I feel like it's harder to escape it. I feel like it's harder to use the internet in a in a freeing, joyful way that was the experience of a lot of millennials around my age. So would have been like 12, 13, 14 when YouTube first started being a thing. Obviously things like MySpace, there just was not as much, and it was not as massive of a part of our lives for a lot of millennials. There really is no more online life versus offline life anymore. Like, online life is offline life now. You can't escape it. Yeah, and as we talked about, the loss of third places, the devastation from the pandemic. I mean, the pandemic is terrible for all age groups, but I think for a lot of Gen Z, you know, those of you who are in college, you missed out on the final years of high school. It just had it's had a big effect on your coming into adulthood. I've never been to a concert where everyone didn't have their phones out. Yeah, I mean, there's things like that too. When I was first going to concerts, we didn't have phones, you know. Back in my day, we didn't have any of these phones. But no, it's just the fact that, like, we're always recording and putting online every aspect of everything. And there have been trends that are trying to like move away from that. People who are rejecting cell phones just being an extension of your hand. And so when you're at a concert, it's just like the phone up the whole time. As something gets to its kind of maximum point, you will always see like a boomerang from that, where people will be like, you know what? I don't fucking like this. This has gotten so far past the point of it being a thing that we should normalize. And so yeah. Will we go back to stone tablets? Well, maybe we could. That Smurf account, thank you for the 25 months. Timmer, thank you for the 4 months. As a small person, I hate them because they cover my vision even more than just taller people in front of me. Yeah. Poor small people at concerts and at festivals. Y'all get the short end of the stick. The internet is no longer a separate place, but a constant. Yes, I do feel like that is just the truth. That's the truth. And so it can just seem inescapable and like it's your entire life. And I know that I was not the most tuned in internet user, but I feel like I have noticed a decline in my enjoyment of social media platforms, of just kind of the internet in general. I mean, I was a BuzzFeed quiz girly. I would go onto the internet to have fun. And I'm noticed that before I started streaming. Like, the internet was no longer this kind of just fun thing that I would do. And that happened before I became a professional internet creator. Were you a Tumblr girly? I was on Tumblr. I don't think I was ever a blank girly of anything. I would watch some YouTube. I would go on Facebook. I had a MySpace. But it was not something that took up that much of my life. It was just this extra thing that I had that I would go on. the internet now has made a lot of subcultures just aesthetic looks. Yeah. Yes, that's a whole topic. Right? Where you'll have people who are dressed as punk and they're like, "Make America great again." You go, "Excuse me? Pardon?" There also used to be children websites, and now it's all children on social media and adult spaces. Yeah, everybody is just all together. Like, we're just all in one big pool. There's no separation. Takes less rage bait. Yeah, rage bait is all over the internet. It's everywhere. So anywho, it's obviously not just the way the internet has changed that I think has led to these feelings of nostalgia that some Gen Zers are experiencing for the millennial era of the early to mid 2000s, but it certainly plays a big part. I just think, like, overall there is a lack of fun, a lack of joy for obvious reasons, but also because the things that were joyful for a lot of people no longer are. I do appreciate that if you wanted to, you could relive moments like never before, vlogs, photos, online interactions. Yes, there are things about technology, our technology that we have that are absolutely positives. But I think we're more so speaking kind of generally about how the internet at large has become a less and less enjoyable, fun place for people who use it. I also wonder, for those who are like not tapped in at all to politics, literally nothing, I want to know what they feel like towards the internet. Because the way that algorithms work and the way that our feeds are going to push us tweets and videos and content that is somewhat related to the stuff that we follow, I genuinely wonder. Like, I have talked to quite a few streamers about what their Twitter feed looks like. You know, that actually I feel like would be a great, that would be like a fun little thing to do. Show me your Twitter feed. Let me see what pops up on your feed. And that was when I realized, like, how different my feed is from, say, a streamer in Austin, where they're not consuming any of the news or stuff that I do. And I wonder, it's like, okay, so is your experience online then better? Is it less stressful? Is it more enjoyable? You know? I got recommended a 2008 older millennial brother core video the other day. They're feeding you millennial core videos. Oh my God. Oh my God. The cat. Amazing. The baggy jeans. The monster! It's in 2008 yet. Man, that's another thing that, like, okay, I am super nostalgic for movie rental stores. Going to Blockbuster or Family Video and renting a movie for the weekend was like one of the greatest feelings. The smell of a movie rental store, okay? The smell of a Blockbuster. If you know, you know. Renting video games too. Mm-hmm. You know that smell, right? It was the best. It was just awesome. And even like the red boxes, you would go, like that was a thing. You would go to the grocery store and right outside it you could rent a DVD for $2 or something like that. That is like there just simply is not a comparable experience because those stores are all out of business for the most part. I mean, Blockbuster's gonzo, and it is not going to feel the same going on to Netflix or any other streaming company. Yeah, when Netflix used to mail out physical DVDs, that was also exciting. Just physical media. We gained convenience, but we lost certain experiences. Man, is that so accurate? We gained convenience, but lost certain experiences. Right. Where not everything becoming more convenient is better. Do you remember when Newman from Seinfeld got in hot water for hoarding Netflix DVDs? Wait, I think I do. I think hoarding Netflix, because that was the thing, is that you had to no, it wasn't Newman. Wait. No. It was okay. Well, it was Newman in the show, but then in real life, no. Newman in the show got busted for hoarding catalogs. But in real life, there was a guy who like pulled a Newman. Is that what you're talking about? The actor. Newman, the actor. What's his name again? Wayne Knight. Wayne Knight, Netflix DVDs. Newman, the actor. Okay, that's funny. I don't remember. I remember like in the show, he got busted for hoarding, but it was catalogs. But I can't find. Anyway. Okay. I wanted to watch this Gabby Bell video. What is even ironic anymore? Because if everything's ironic, then nothing is ironic, right? If everything is ironic, then nothing is ironic. I think I saw, was it about Sinners? Or maybe it was something else, where basically now, this is another thing, right? Where people are nostalgic for an era where everything isn't just fucking ironic, where there's sincerity. Like, that's a thing that people are nostalgic for. They're nostalgic for sincerity. And I think it was maybe a tweet about Sinners where someone was like, and one of the great things about it was that it's just like, no, it wouldn't have been Sinners. I can't remember what it is. Something popular that a lot of people have watched, and there was a tweet that was basically pointing out how they appreciated that it was devoid of irony, that it wasn't irony pilled and irony poisoned like everything is these days. No, I definitely don't think it was the Minecraft movie. Okay, anyway, let's watch this.
Chicken jockey.
Chicken jockey.
And also this scene of Jack Black saying, "I am Steve."
Hi.
I'm Steve.
Picture of a snail. Thank you for the 22 months.
Now, I am an avid Minecraft lover. I've been playing since 2012. You can suck my...
You guys, how bad was it today in the show when there was a question about Minecraft and I had no fucking idea? It said, what dimension do you spawn into when you play Minecraft? Gun to my head. I don't know. Couldn't remember. All my training out the window. It's the overworld. Yeah, that was the answer. Nandre got it. Gun to my head, just pull the trigger because I ain't getting the answer to that.
Who do you oh. And I will never not take the opportunity to mention that I spent a couple years during the pandemic using command blocks to create an intricate series of escape rooms that chained together genuinely unemployed and autistic behavior at the time. And I also fangirled at Tommy Innit when I met him at VidCon. But despite all that, I didn't know much about the Minecraft movie at all. I knew Jason Momoa was in it, and also Jack Black was Steve.
Hi.
I'm Steve.
And that it was live action. For some reason. You all know how I feel about that in general. But apparently people are freaking out over it, as you saw. Kind of like how people showed up in suits for the Rise of Gru Minions movie in 2022. Very much to the detriment of the workers who have to clean all that up. But other than that, I think it's a pretty fun trend. And for longer than I care to admit, I couldn't tell if people liked the Minecraft movie or if it was kind of bad. And the conclusion that I finally came to was that people were enjoying this movie ironically. People are going to see it and having a great time, but with a wink. Because it's kind of bad. And since I live in an underground bunker with fake windows and fake light, the only way I could investigate this was by traveling across the country to see the Minecraft movie. I just had to know and see what was going on for myself.
Chicken jockey. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Chicken jockey.
Just a casual flight to see the Minecraft movie.
It felt like things just kept happening.
Who are you?
I'm Steve.
Yeah, what was everyone's favorite part?
That the sister wasn't a character. Yeah.
Yeah, I love half of the cast disappeared. Oh yeah. Who was the lady? The zoo lady. I didn't understand why she was there in the first place. She's supposed to be a character. Stand up.
No, definitely no.
No? Okay, then I don't know what the fuck that was then.
She was like the realtor that sold them the house.
I know she was. Yeah.
I love this, like, post-movie discussion when the movie is the Minecraft movie, where they're genuinely like, so what was going on? I don't really understand logically the plot.
So fucking random. I didn't know why she was there. Also, the sister was like 11. Why did she have a job?
She had to provide. Didn't you hear that their mom died?
You're right. Yeah, but why is she like the head of a marketing team? Yeah, she's at a like potato chip company.
You know, these are questions I feel like on a movie such as the Minecraft movie, you're better off just not even asking.
You go on screen, cuts back to the real world.
Why is Jennifer
that
Coolidge
was
in it?
the best part.
Are you finished? No, I think he's Swedish.
I liked Jason Momoa in it. I didn't think that I would, but I did. I don't think I've seen him in anything else. I didn't see his, like, Poseidon movie. Yeah, that one. Was Jack Black in the Mario movie, too?
Yeah, he was Bowser.
That's right! Peaches, 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 just peaches, peaches, peaches.
I think Jack Black just makes up songs on set and they put it in the movie.
I think that's true. I don't know, I thought it was fun. I thought it like set out to do something and it did exactly what it wanted to do. I just thought it
Make a bunch of money.
Dumbass movie. And they made a dumbass movie. I enjoyed it. I think Org clapping every 10 seconds was it really elevated the experience.
The like main villain. I like when she kills a kid piglet for drawing.
Dude, that was fucked up. That actually pissed me off a little, I think.
I thought it was insane that they did that.
Yes.
What the fuck?
Yeah. Like, why did they do that?
So off-putting.
But like, they didn't need to do it like that.
Tear out from the fucking stem.
Yeah.
Why? I would hate that.
Yeah, still you hate it when that happens every night. It's the worst. Please share.
I honestly, you could tell me that anything happened in the Minecraft movie. I'd be like, oh, okay. Be like, yeah. And then a school bus with 100 children flew off a cliff and everyone died violently. I'd be like, damn, wow. Jeez.
Please comment your experience below.
Please get me to 75 followers.
Yeah. So I can keep my job.
Keep my marketing job. I'm 14.
Wait, so who bought the house?
She did. She's 14.
She bought the house.
She gets subsidized because she was working at the. It's kind of like
at the potato chip. They granted her the house.
Felt like the Minecraft movie felt like appropriation of my culture. My culture is not a costume. Look at us, thank
Honestly,
you
it was kind of bad, but it was pretty charming. But my main thing I want to talk about in this video is our culture's obsession with liking things ironically, and also how it's kind of being dismantled recently, along with the comeback culture of trying hard being cool again, and how I love it because someone told me to talk.
This is what I mean when I talk about how when something has become too dominating and we've passed the point of it being a cool thing that is used sparingly, then it will start to retract and there will be a rejection of it. So irony poisoning, irony pilled, all the irony internet terms people are trying to replace with a thing called sincerity. They like the opposite of irony. They want something to be sincere. They want somebody to like not just make sardonic jokes about everything and treat everything like it's a joke, right? Things mattering, things being of substance,
about something,
earnestly liking things. But do you guys remember? I don't know like exactly at what point it was, but when that shift happened, where genuinely liking something, where being an earnest person, being a sincere person, you were like run off the internet. You were treated like a fucking idiot, like a fool. Like a person who is a loser, a pathetic loser because you are sincere. Probably around Gamergate era. Yeah, I mean, I would say like Donald Trump era, 2015, 2016, it becoming synonymous with cringe. Yes, sincerity died. Sincerity died.
Not depressing. Heard that. I recently saw these two videos, Gen Z's obsession with irony and how trying became cool again. After this, you should watch their videos because I was so inspired to marry these ideas together, specifically from these videos. And also this one from my friend Josh, who you just saw. We saw the Minecraft movie together, where he talks about the Minecraft movie if you just can't get enough yapping. And Steve.
Flint and steel.
Like everything is
But
just
you know
became a
what
meme.
Flint and steals my happiness? I'm not good at these transitions. Traveling abroad and not having internet unless you find public Wi-Fi. If you've traveled out of the country,
I've traveled out of the
you'll know.
country.
Maps, texts, everything
I saw a video
is
essay
just
about
not
somebody
possible unless
recently
you have
watching
Wi-Fi.
Lord
Or
of the
buy a
Rings and they were
local SIM
surprised at
card
the
that might
sincerity.
not work for the next place you
They're
travel
like,
to.
wait a
Look,
second.
Saily, the sponsor
Actually, I'm
for
gonna get
these
some
video
water
things,
while
you
she's
can get an eSIM
talking about
plan
her
that works
ad.
in every country you'd want to go to anyway. No more dealing with physical SIM cards. It activates as soon as you land and saves you money on roaming fees. This way you're always connected when traveling, just like you are at home. It's super easy. You don't have to change a physical SIM card. All you have to do is download the Saily app and use code GATEKEEPER at checkout to get an exclusive 15% discount on Saily data plans. Use code GATEKEEPER at checkout. It's as easy as downloading the Saily app or going to saily.com/gatekeeper. Thank you, Saily, for sponsoring this video. Very cool product, very convenient. I love that. And now back to the video. So I wanted to make
It has a lot to do with ironic memes starting to pop off in the 2016 era. Yes, and this recent election, I think, kind of reached the heights of irony pilled, like posting, where this election just felt like a meme. Like we just operated in memes.
This video as sort of a spiritual successor to my last one, The Internet is Exhausting. This one can be The Internet is inspiring and invigorating. Smiley face. The concepts of trying being cool again and the cultural shift of anti-cringe culture and just letting yourself like things unironically again feels like two sides of the same coin to me. But they're on, like, the same side of the coin. In short, as Paul described it, the definition of irony on the internet can be boiled down to enjoying something bad, but with a wink, because you're all in on it. To be unironic is to be genuine and vulnerable and really putting yourself out there. And in the current landscape of social media, like we covered in the last video, being vulnerable online is like willingly putting yourself into a room full of angry boomers who say questionable things at Thanksgiving, and all of them are your weird uncle. I could have workshopped that analogy a bit more. Hiding behind layers and layers of irony until we get to the juicy center of a rotten onion has really been a light bulb moment for me that's been like, oh yeah, no wonder we're so miserable and isolated and alone online. There's no space to be genuine and make genuine connections like the internet used to be. Back in my day, I could get married on MapleStory and it would be fine. Happy 13th anniversary, whoever you are. We make fun of millennials endlessly for being cringe online because, well...
Gen Z's trying to what? Cancel Eminem. Gen Z's trying to cancel Eminem? Honey, that's cute.
But when they were growing up, they were allowed to have that level of exploring
Okay, there are obviously very annoying millennials, all right? There are obviously millennials who I see and I go, oh, God. Not today. Please. We're trying to right the ship here, okay? You know what it's also giving? It's giving Harry Potter adults who are arguing that supporting the upcoming Harry Potter show is something they can do because of separating art from the artist. There's a war within the Harry Potter fandom of those who are like, fuck J.K. Rowling. Farley? Hi. Did you come over? You want to say hi? Oh, Farley, come here. Come here. Everybody misses you. Come on. There's my TT boy. Farley is all sincerity. Not an ironic bone in his body. He sincerely loves chicken and walks. his new brother, Miguel Jr., his mom, and his dad. There's no irony in this body. You're just so real. You're so sincere. Yeah, that's what I love about you. Thank you for coming to say hi. Thank you. Anyway, okay. How old is Farley now? He is almost 6. He's going to be 6 in September. So as I was saying, the Harry Potter fandom is at war, and you have the group of Harry Potter adults, the type of millennial adults who make their entire personality about Harry Potter, about whatever house they're in, who are trying to justify continuing to support projects that J.K. Rowling is associated with that are obviously Harry Potter projects. Yeah, that is one thing where I'm like, if you are 38 years old and Harry Potter is your personality, I think that's not good. I think maybe we should diversify, and I have talked a lot about how Harry Potter was my foray into fantasy and what it meant to me when I was a little kid and I discovered those books, yada yada. But if you are going to be 40, if you're going to be 40 and that is what you've made your personality as, I think we should figure something else out. You know?
And having cringy phases without much risk of experiencing mass ridicule that no one person is prepared for. Nowadays, some random person can go viral and have the entire internet ragging on them for like some dumb shit that doesn't matter. We're so scared of being vulnerable online because everyone's so fucking mean and can turn you into the meme of the week until you receive hundreds and hundreds of DMs telling you how
time to get into Robert Galbraith books.
Shitty you are and how untalented and bad you are at stuff or something. I don't know. This never happened to me. I've never been cringe. Oh my god, I'm gonna die all over you. Or purposefully misinterpret your words just to get mad at something that week. Kind of like how I've been seeing with Chapel Roan. It's crazy how much this girl says the most normal shit, and it will be overanalyzed and twisted and clipped out of context of the whole conversation of what's happening, and twisted as if she's fucking killing your family. Like, it's to that point where it feels like people just want to be mad at something so bad. She's a fucking pop star, not a politician. And the funny thing about that is that our politicians can't even say words cohesively.
Decided to shield and shelter criminal. Look, wait.
You guys are expecting this fucking 20-something-year-old to be the most articulate person on the planet Earth? Are you guys serious?
Look.
But I've seen a slight shift in how we're starting to interpret each other. That's been really pushed by artists trying hard, letting people know how much they're putting in the work and effort into their craft. And that's maybe made people feel more safe in just saying, you know what? Yeah, I love this. I don't play Fortnite ironically. I just think it's a fun game, and yes, I bought Sabrina Carpenter the day she came out. I've been wanting this skin for a year. Doechii has been the beacon of this lately, and I love her and her music so much. I was just starting to get into her music when I was making that video on authenticity in music, but she truly is the master of that, dude. Every time I see one of her Instagram stories, she's talking about like shitting and farting.
One thing about me, I'm gonna fart. I'm a grown woman. I've gone through a lot in this country. I'm gonna fart.
She knows how to relate to me, specifically, with shitting and farting. And then she goes and is vulnerable about her mantras for success.
I need to be creative whether it will sell or not. Sometimes I will write badly, perform badly, film badly, but I have a right to do that in order to get to the other side.
I mean, I'm not saying all this because I think being ironic is bad. Irony's popular because it's funny. Like 99% of my jokes in my videos are like ironic. Irony disguises vulnerability. But doesn't humor just do that in general? There's a reason that trend of, you're so funny, thanks, I insert traumatic but funny thing here, existed in the first place. Do I love the song Rectangular, ironically? Yeah, sure.
I traveled 1,000 kilometers to New York City to do this. I am rectangular.
But there's a part of me that actually likes the damn song. I sing it all the time. It's catchy as fuck.
I feel it in my bones. I am rectangular. I feel no hole.
And I cannot dismiss an artistic masterpiece like that. See, I did it again. Even I cannot escape the prison of irony.
I feel like I kind of got that way with Woman's World. Specifically just the sexy, confident part.
Chalamet recently went viral when he was accepting some sort of award. I don't know. It seems like there's an award show like every 3 weeks, and I never know they're happening, and I only see clips afterwards. Did you guys see that Will Smith slapped
I believe it was his Screen Actors Guild Award. That was the award he accepted when he gave the speech talking about how he wants to be one of the greats.
Chris Rock at one of those?
Okay, why the frick did Chris Ross just punch Chris Ross in the penis?
Absolute insanity. You guys gotta see that. But Timothée Chalamet recently went viral at one of those shows for being genuine about how he wants to be one of the greatest. He wants to be one of the best. He is open about how hard he is going to work and how hard he's working to achieve that.
I know the classiest thing would be to downplay the effort that went into this role and how much this means to me, but the truth is this was 5.5 years of my life.
He's not just like half trying, whatever, trying to be nonchalant. No.
I'm really in pursuit of greatness. I know people don't usually talk like that, but I want to be one of the greats. I'm inspired by the greats. I'm inspired by the greats here tonight, and I want to be up there.
We're being upfront now.
And I think too the fact that it was Timmy who said that, and he's Gen Z, I think. What is he, 27? How old is Timmy Chalamet? Club Chalamet. Oh, he's 29. Okay, so he's like just a bit above Gen Z. It's guess would be a very young. He's a zillennial. But I think because it was Timmy, who also is like very internet tapped in, right? Like he's a guy who throughout the award season, this past award season, was doing things differently than the way that actors who are nominated for big Oscars will behave during award season. And so I think like that also in combination with the words that he said, I'm excited for people to care about shit again. Yeah, I mean, I think this comes from an insecurity over looking ridiculous, over making a fool of yourself, over coming across as stupid. Like one thing that you'll see a lot of online is someone will say something horrible and then they'll get called out for it and they're like, I'm being ironic, bro. You don't understand irony? Hello? Right, that it was like cringe to care about things. And that is a way to, it's like that's a way to protect yourself on the internet, which I think reached this place of kind of being a wasteland of if you come across as embarrassing, if you're vulnerable online, people will destroy you. They will run you off. It's kind of like, you know that one tweet too that went super viral and it sparked discourse, and it was a woman who posts about how her favorite thing is in the morning, she and her husband sit in their little garden and have coffee and they just talk for hours. And she posted a photo and it was just like this sincere, sweet post of a woman who went online and simply remarked on how her favorite thing, a thing that brings her so much joy, is sitting in her yard with her husband enjoying coffee. And like, wow, what a fucking loser. Oh my God. The responses to that tweet were, it was insane. It was insane. And It's because we can't enjoy things. We can't have nice moments. We can't talk about them. You can't be sincere. You can't do any of that. You can't do any of that. Yeah, the chili for your neighbors discourse. Oh my fucking God. There, and notice too how when there is somebody who's so sincere, like Joe's Sandwiches, okay? Or who's the guy that Will loves? Joe's Sandwiches, I think. You know who I'm talking about? What's his name? It's Joe. Joe's Sandwiches? Joe's Hungry. Joe is Hungry is this older guy who has a YouTube channel. Will Neff is a big fan. He's a big fan. And he reviews fast food. And he's very detailed about it. He's very entertaining. And he loves it. Right? And it's why people are drawn to him. And his videos are incredible. And he's an awesome dude. He has just great vibes. And he very much so loves doing that. And it comes across. And so there are many of these examples where somebody like that breaks through the noise and people are like, damn, how refreshing. How nice. How nice to have somebody who's not just like, hey, everybody, I'm full of irony. Ha! Look at how fucking stupid this is. Here's joke. Nothing is real. Joe's Sandwiches is foul. I was close enough. You knew who I was talking about. You knew what I was talking about. Yeah, but it's like you try to post something nice online and people be like, hey, go fuck yourself. Hey, you stupid bitch.
Today I want to talk about the end of cringe culture. When you strip away the more experimental aesthetic codes of Gen Z, what you're left with is actually an incredibly conservative generation. Not necessarily politically, but socially and behaviorally. That's actually our fault. One of the core reasons is that we made them live their formative years under the oppressive gaze of cringe culture. Even us millennials got to experiment, fail, and reinvent ourselves in relative privacy. But the transnational surveillance state of social media means that every little misstep is scrutinized and archived. And when young people look at how millennials themselves were ridiculed for their earnest displays of self-expression, they learn that sincerity could be turned into a meme and that enthusiasm could be punished with ridicule. Cringe culture has a direct correlate in the widespread Zoomer attitude of ironic detachment, which is why Crocs and Gibbets were such a hit. Limited, socially acceptable forms of self-expression cloaked in an intentional ugliness that helps to avoid any critiques over personal style. This has been the cultural imperative for the better part of the last decade. Never offer too much of yourself. Maintain control over your image at all costs. Which is partly why Gen Z are so obsessed with millennials. Our lame digital identities nevertheless represent all the sins you never dared to commit. But what I'm seeing as shoots of hope is a yearning to move beyond this enforced adolescence. And it's starting with artists. The big story of the last 12 months have been artists like
the Crocs call out.
Kendrick, Chappell Roan, Tyler the Creator. They proudly display all of their emotions. They're unashamedly singular in the pursuit of their craft and ferociously critical of people who aren't here because they love it. It's also why Timothée Chalamet's acceptance speech for the SAG Award was such a powerful moment. It was a direct challenge to this culture of imposed disaffection and a clear statement. I've worked for this, I deserve to be rewarded, and I want more. This is all happening just as brands are starting to coalesce around this digital tone of voice of the disaffect.
Oh my God. Can we fucking talk about the brands? Let me tell you guys, when brands get involved on something to do with the internet, it's over, okay? Same with like government agencies. All right? When government agencies are trying to get in on internet humor and meme culture, it's done. It's done. That is like the knife in the chest, okay? That is, the coffin has been lowered into the ground. It's over. How do you do, fellow kids? And this was like, I think, what was it on? I think Sam and I were It was a podcast episode where we were watching this TikTok series called Group Chat, and every comment on these popular TikToks were all from companies. It was Wendy's, it was McDonald's, it was Best Buy. It was, just name a company, and they were in the comments being like trying to do their little jokes, you know, like trying to get in on it. And this is another thing too, where Katy Perry, all right, Katy Perry, okay, Katy Perry, the talk of the town. Everybody's talking about Katy Perry. Everyone's talking about the tour. What is happening with Katy Perry? The Blue Origin spaceflight. Blah blah blah. One thing that I didn't fuck with was corporations trying to get sassy with it, trying to like Wendy's in particular, who tweeted something because all these celebrities and people were criticizing Katy Perry and they thought they would like get in on it. Yeah, Wendy's clapbacks. It's so weird. It's so weird, and it's like it's not cool. It's not you're not part of the team. You're not in the group, okay? There's the classic meme. Silence, brand. Silence. Brand, how dare you open your mouth and try and be a part of what is happening here. Fuck Duolingo, they're firing. Yeah, oh yeah, I think Katie brought that up earlier. Yes, I do believe Wendy's was at the forefront of brands being involved with the goings on the internet. The internet happenings. And then, you know, there have been some pretty famous internet moments of like showdowns between brands online, when Burger King or whoever it was that tweeted "women belong in the kitchen," and it was supposed to be on Women's Day, and one of those fast food brands was like, "women belong in the kitchen," and then another brand got involved, was like, "actually, we think women belong everywhere." Okay. Wait, we were watching. Hold on. We were finishing. No, where did it go? Where did I put it? Did I finish it?
Art is cool again. Control over your image as adolescents. And it's starting with people who aren't here because they love it. It's also why Timothée Chalamet's acceptance speech for the set coalesced around this digital tone of voice of the disaffected, chronically online teenager. My friends, the well has run dry. Stop trying to pretend like you are just like everyone else. Show me things that are fucking awesome, that you put a lot of effort into. And show me the people and the passion that went into creating something special. When you talk like this, you actually feed into the culture of surveillance. It's a new day. Don't kill the part of you that's cringe. Kill the part of you that cringes.
It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me, and I'm feeling cringe. Da-da-ba-no, da-da-ba-no, ba-no. I'm feeling cringe. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Kusa, thank you for the 23 months. You guys, I don't even have that many tabs today. I don't have that many tabs because I got home from the show and just went live. So I didn't even have that much time to pull up all my tabs. And I was like, I don't even know how long I'll stream because I'm tired. So, anywho, back to Gabby's video.
We're being upfront about how hard we're working for the things we want. This is finally the culmination of believe in yourself, be confident. Because we spent so long just tearing people down for being passionate about something or trying. People expect just perfection out the gate and they don't want to see the shittiness in between of people actually trying to improve and trying to get better. Remember that whole era of pop stars just wearing like oversized sweaters on stage? That was cute. don't get me wrong, but like, we're so back in the era of flashy, well put together, fun shows and worlds they've created and crafted for their music. Kinda like how it was up until and following the 2008 recession. Huh. Interesting.
Now watch this drive.
Alright, I'm taking this hat off. I can't do it anymore. People became so scared of looking like they were trying too hard. So we became this whole like weird nonchalant half-trying type of culture. It was kind of weird. But for real, people who tear others down for just like trying or being passionate about something is so middle school bully behavior. Do you want to be your middle school bully?
Bro, that was like the tweet thread that went viral where it was this couple, they were arguing in an Applebee's, and then some woman was just eavesdropping on them and then live tweeting the whole thing, but including really personal details. And then she herself went and found this woman, and this woman who made she made like bird art. She had an Etsy store where she clearly was passionate about birds and putting them into little trinkets that she would make. And then it's like the poster of this Twitter thread was making fun of her, was like, I get it why your husband or boyfriend or whatever can't stand you. Like, sorry, this is not good. And then other people were making fun of her. And it's like, oh my God, we live in hell. We're in hell. Crazy cat lady, thank you for the 9 months. Oh, gosh. If you, first of all, passion is good, okay? Passion is good. And passion can feel hard to have. It can feel tough to have something that you're passionate about. So if there is something that you are passionate about, hold on to that. Don't let anyone take that from you. We've talked tonight about finding, how are we feeling in the department of joy? Are there things that we have that are outlets for us? Are we just totally consumed by the state of the world? Or are we finding these pockets of happiness? Are we, is there something that we can hold on to as like a lifeboat? And don't let anyone take that from you. Don't let the internet tell you that it's stupid or you yourself have convinced yourself that this thing that you care about is not something that you should ever publicly care about. Have a passion. If you don't have anything you're passionate about, try to find something. I mean, that's something I'm working on right now. I feel like I lost that in my life. I feel like hobbies and passion and things that I really just enjoy doing and that I'll prioritize doing, that went out the window, and I'm working myself on getting that back. And so, can you travel back in time and tell that to junior high me? That'd be great. Yeah, I will. You know what? I'm almost done with my time machine. Do what you like, because someone will shit on literally everything you do anyways. So enjoy life. Yeah. And the thing is too, is that it is inspirational. It is inspirational for those whose lives are devoid of any type of passion. When they see somebody who cares so much about something, whatever that thing is. And I have sensed the shift, and obviously this is a video about shifting away from a culture and an internet that is just so irony poisoned, that where it is just devoid of sincerity. And I think that's good. I think it's good to be embracing earnestness and caring about things. It's good to care. It's good to care. Nihilism is no good. Okay, nihilism does not serve us. Having a blasé attitude, fuck it all. It's not healthy, and it doesn't lead to a It doesn't lead to any type of sustainable, fulfilling life. And anyway, especially in these moments, I mean, you guys are a community that you're pretty tapped into what's going on, not just in America, but in the world. And it can feel really hard to find things that do bring you joy, and that, you hold on to it as a life raft, but it's really important. It's very crucial, because otherwise you will just slip into this pit, this bleak, dark pit. And when nothing matters, when everything is just a joke, when you treat everything in life with an attitude of irony, then ultimately you will be very unfulfilled. Right? You got to hold on. And you got to find things that are going to help you to hold on.
I don't think so. So their opinion doesn't really matter.
Also lends an excuse to cruelty. Absolutely. Yep. And we see a lot of that all over. One of my fave Irish proverbs means people living each other up and finding community and realizing we're all connected. So when I feel like nothing matters, I think about that and I try to add a little light back into the world. Yeah.
Does it?
Stop bullying!
I know this is kind of cringe. Here we go, prefacing something genuine with like, I know this is a little cringe, I know this is a little cheesy, but don't take advice from people whose position you don't want to be in, right? Fuck them. Do your own shit. This whole movement has been really encouraging and inspiring to me to feel and create that safety online, whether it be sharing my music or whatever. And it's really artists like Doechii and growing up Lady Gaga and Mika that made me feel seen and feel more confident in sharing my art. This is gonna sound weird coming from this channel, but I get so nervous ever sharing or promoting like my music on Reels and TikTok specifically, and I realized it's because I'm afraid of taking up space with myself and
bring back bullying. Teeny, no, we're taking we're it's the opposite. It's the opposite. Bring back bullying.
My music. Why is that not the case on YouTube? very, very expensive. So that's just a little explanation. I'm not trying to be greedy. I would genuinely not try to charge that much. That's just unfortunately how this happened. But if you do decide to support and get some merch, everything is really, really well made. I mean, this is gonna be one of those shirts that fades nicely. It's one of those shirts that you can wash a billion times and it'll still feel nice. There's also a front and a back. I'm a really big fan of merch that you don't have to be a fan of the channel to just think it's a cool shirt. It's really, really nice screen printing. It's not gonna peel off and be plasticky. But if you are a fan of the channel,
When's
you can
the
see
Kwan
a lot
merch?
of lore on the shirt, and I think that's really fun. We got
Maybe in like
Bigfoot,
10
We
years.
have an undisclosed general chef. I don't know who
Maybe
he
I'll
is.
put out
He's
like
not
a
real
hat.
person. He's just a guy.
Kill yourself.
And then we got an alien on there playing my guitar, playing my Mustang.
Maybe
that you
you'll
see
get
in the
a
background
hat.
of every video. And then there's me. It's like I'm in a cool intergalactic band and I'm going on a world
Yeah, maybe
tour.
some
And that's what this
socks.
drops concept is. It's GabbyBell.com, wherever, just look it up. Link in the description. Okay, back to the video. The best thing I've been seeing lately is people showing up to Pitbull concerts in bald caps and suits. The suit market in 2025 between ages 15 and 24 must be skyrocketing this year. I have been singing Pitbull's praises for over a decade, and y'all treated him like a meme.
That's Mr. Worldwide.
A meme.
Put
And
some
look how he's
respect
always
on the
here for us
name.
in our time of need.
That's what I found beautiful about music. It's a universal language.
Look who came crawling back. Me and every Latin mom in Florida have stuck around Pitbull. When he said, believe me, been there, done that, but every day above ground is a great day. Remember that. It has never left my brain. I want to put that on my wall, next to the Miley Cyrus poster and my 2 photo strips. Under that is gonna be Mommy got a ass like a donkey with a monkey, look like King Kong. People are doing this ironically, but they're having such a good time.
So to everybody out here with ball caps tonight, to all the baldies that are feeling beautiful, bold, sexy, powerful, strong.
What
Bald
this
is
crowd
beautiful.
of people don't know is that Pitbull is here to save them.
To everybody with the ball caps, I feel like I'm having the time of my motherfucking life.
If people are going ironically and
Piano
having an awesome
music.
time, are you really just going ironically or are you actually just having a good time? How many layers of irony until we admit we just actually like the thing? Even if it's a little embarrassing. I mean, the irony is funny here, right? Like the bald caps and suits are ironic and it's hilarious to imagine an entire crowd of Pitbull clones. And I also love that under this, people just actually like Pitbull. And like I said, I've been on that for years. I have always loved Pitbull, dude. He's just here to have a good time.
Imperfection, if you put that word and you space it out, what is it? It's imperfection.
And seems like such a grateful person, and I genuinely like him.
Remember, short steps, long vision.
Pitbull is like the Antichrist for
Pitbull? Wait a sec. Hold on. Pitbull was a pandemic guy? Dale. I mean, if Mr. Bull says it, it must be true.
Alpha Male Podcast Bros.
Well, let me tell you, a woman made me a man. I was raised by women.
It's like you'd think he's gonna say something crazy.
That was a crazy era of random celebrities being plandemic conspiracy theorists, like the actress from Black Panther who plays the sister. Remember that? And everyone was like, what? Yeah. Vanessa Hudgens. I don't remember. Okay, what I remember of Vanessa Hudgens is the famous Vanessa Hudgens video that was like 2 days into lockdown, where she was like, I mean, people will die, but like, we can't let it stop us. Like, people are gonna die, but that's okay. You know, it's inevitable. It's inevitable that people are gonna die. So hers was not pandemic. Hers was just people are gonna die and it's inevitable, and I just need to go to Coachella. Dying can't stop us from living. That is a sacrifice that I'm willing to make. I, Vanessa Hudgens, am willing to sacrifice the people who are going to die because I can't do this. Because I gotta go. I gotta be at Cella. And some of the random people defending her thought she was 16. They're like, she's a teenager, okay? She doesn't really know anything. And it's like, oh, yes, Vanessa Hudgens. Vanessa Hudgens, just a mere 31-year-old at the time, teenager.
Crazy, but he actually just says something completely normal and like super nice.
I always say thank you, please. I appreciate the
Do I remember
opportunities 'cause
Nikki's cousin's friends or whatever, friend's cousin's balls swelling? Yes, I do. I will never forget.
Another example of this is Crocs and why they're so back. I saw this reel talking about it.
Cringe culture has a direct correlate in the widespread Zoomer attitude of ironic detachment,
Oh, we
which is
watched
why
that.
Crocs and gibbets were such a hit. Limited, socially acceptable forms of self-expression cloaked in an intentional ugliness that helps to avoid any critiques over personal style. This has been the cultural imperative for the better part of the last decade. Never offer too much of yourself. Maintain control over your image at all costs.
In a world of limited...
Cutie Cinderella wore Crocs to the Beyonce concert. I just thought I would throw that out there.
Acceptable forms of self-expression and cringe, I guess. Crocs and their intentional ugliness have people liking it ironically and stylizing it to their own self-expression with gibbets that always fall off.
The wrapping paper. Wrapping paper. Right, here we go.
Shall we begin?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Oh my god, I can already tell.
These are attached to the shoe.
Those are insane.
Wait, there's more.
Oh,
yeah, there's more. We got you.
Those are crazy.
These are part of the integral structure.
I can feel that when I pulled them out.
Yo. We the jockey. It's the thing.
The SpongeBob and the Lightning McQueen.
You gotta blow. Give him a.
Oh.
Yeah, give him.
Okay, so I think I've like made it pretty clear how I feel about Crocs. Okay, I just think that they're ugly and I don't think they're that comfortable. I don't understand. I've never understood it. Like if I'm getting water on my feet, sure, I get it. I'll wear it. Yep. But otherwise, I don't get it. I don't understand. The arguments for Crocs, I'm like, nope. I don't know about that. They have sport mode. I know. I also, though, have bad feet. I got bad feet. And I have very particular feet. They're very particular. I just think they are objectively ugly, and this has nothing to do with me being afraid of cringe or anything like that, you know. I just have never fucked with Crocs. Never fucked with them. They feel like hard plastic. Yeah. Like I've never put on a pair of Crocs and gone, damn, now that is some comfort. If I want something cozy on my feet, I'll throw on my old Uggs, you know? I'll put some slippies on if I'm in the house. When I leave the house, I got my tennies on. I got my sneaks, you know? They've got a wide toe box so your feet are in a more natural position when you wear them. They've never done it for me, is what I'm going to say. Okay? That's what I'm going to say. If I'm going to wear shoes that are not cute, then I'm going to have on like I'm going to have on shoes that are not cute because they are really specially built for my feet to be to be quite comfortable and taken care of. And they've probably got custom orthotics in them, you know. I met a girl at Roadrunner who worked there, and she thought they were the best Disney shoe, which I thought was wild. I didn't even know that was a genre, like Disney shoe. Wow. I'm all about the Tevas, TBH. Like I prefer Birkenstocks. If I'm gonna wear something that is not necessarily sexy footwear, but is comfy to throw on, I'm a Birks girl. Anyway.
Or having an entire Fortnite themed birthday party. Ironically, of course. Wouldn't it be like crazy if we like all dressed up like our favorite Fortnite skins and had a great time? Ironically.
Number 1 victory royale, yeah, Fortnite, we about to get down. 10 kills on the board right now, just wiped out Tomato Town. My friend has gone down, I revived him, now we're heading southbound. I really love to
come check it with you.
We can be pro Fortnite gamers.
I love seeing themed parties. I feel like they oddly toe the line of irony too, in some sort of way. Obviously, none of this matters if you live in a bunker with fake windows and fake sunlight and don't have access to the internet. So, oh, look at me! I don't have Instagram. I don't go on Instagram. Yeah, I missed out on all of this because I'm offline. You'll probably think you're so cool. Well, you're missing out on this.
Hey, sister.
Your loss. Anyway, you guys should like follow me on Instagram, please. And also, can you please follow my Spotify? That would be really cool. I like music and I like doing it, and I think you guys should like follow me on Spotify. That would be really sick. Bye.
You got gifted off-brand Crocs, and they kept telling you, oh, they'll wear down, but they never did. It was just plastic dots digging into my feet. Oh my God. I love saying, don't worry, they'll wear down. You just keep wearing them. Okay. Keep wearing them. They'll wear down. Were they like the fake Crocs from Target? You just gotta break them in. You just gotta break them in. Okay. Trust me. You know, maybe 100 more wears, and
slowly spins away
what's
from the
so
villain.
funny. This is definitely a topic that I planned on covering one night because I just went to my YouTube playlist to see, I don't know, what I got cooking in there, and I have multiple videos on this. Sincerity, Hollywood's forgotten currency. Well, that happened. The death of sincerity in blockbusters. And this is, I already saw Lord of the Rings in this, which we were talking about earlier. All right, let's watch this. It's only 15 minutes.
You are all of you beneath.
How was, I have to talk about Glenn Ross still. Yeah. Okay, let's finish this and then I'll chat about
I am
that.
a god, you dull creature, and I will not be bullied by that.
This is a scene from Joss Whedon's The Avengers. You've probably seen it before. In fact, you've probably laughed at it before. I know I did back in 2012, along with every single other person in the entire cinema. And realistically, how could we not? It was such a surprise, such a hilarious subversion of the classic villain monologue. I mean, think about it. It's literally the filmmakers picking up all the serious tropes we've become accustomed to over the past 100 years, and saying to the audience, hey, you and I have both seen this scene thousands of times before, right? We both know what you've come to expect from this stuff, so how about we just throw this formula around like a rag doll and try something new? And in the moment, this seemed like a really exciting proposition. I mean, come on, an era where stories are sentient? An era where movies know they are movies and which can therefore create this new age relationship between storyteller and audience. One which is interactive and two-sided, which knows our expectations and therefore knows how to play with and subvert them. What could possibly go wrong? Well, it turns out a few things. Lots of things, actually. Let me start by revisiting a story I briefly told in my recent video on Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings trilogy, and why they remain virtually...
Like, okay, for those of you who saw that movie in theaters, did anybody laugh at a moment like that? Was that like... that was funny. Maybe it's just in like the context of this video titled "Sincerity: Hollywood's Forgotten Currency," but I do feel like there's so many moments like that in big movies, especially superhero movies, fantasy, sci-fi, where it's like, gotta throw in this little haha moment here. Right? Like, especially interrupting a sincere moment.
Untouchable 20 years.
No, it was like you ruined the moment everyone had waited for when Luke chucked his saber.
On. For some reason, I missed out on these movies throughout my childhood. I don't know why. It just never occurred to me that I should watch them. So by the time I did eventually sit down to view the trilogy, I think I was 17. And by then was very much accustomed to the cynical, self-aware, ironic style of storytelling which had grown throughout the 2010s to dominate movies, and to a lesser extent television as well. Now, to this day, I'm pretty ashamed by what I'm about to tell you, but anyway. Fellowship of the Ring begins, we hear Cate Blanchett's narration, and I'm thinking, okay, this is pretty cool. It's a bit overly serious, but whatever. And we get to the bit with Sauron, and we see this villain who kind of looks like he's from Power Rangers, and Galadriel is talking about a place called Mount Doom. So obviously I brace myself for the joke, for the moment where this ridiculous tension is broken. And it just doesn't come. So I think, fine, that was the prologue, whatever. You can't...
Man, that is wild. That is wild to be so accustomed to films in the genre of Lord of the Rings doing that. That you're watching Lord of the Rings for the first time, you go, okay, I'm bracing myself. There's gonna be a haha moment here. There's gonna be a little like throwaway thing. It's gonna interrupt the seriousness here, and then it doesn't happen, and you're confused. Genuinely believe that Sinners being authentic and sincere is why it's resonating with audience. Okay, it was a tweet about Sinners then, because I haven't seen the movie. Everyone point and laugh. I haven't seen the movie, and I'm like, I know I saw a tweet that was about, I thought it was Sinners, where someone pointed that out. They were pointing out the fact that it is, that because it's authentic and sincere, it's contributing to why people are loving the movie so much, and it's like refreshing and a break from what has become so normalized. How have you not watched it? Because I have not had time. Okay, I'm gonna go see it tomorrow now, but I'm not gonna be able to see it in IMAX because I was gonna try to go see a showing tonight, and it was all sold out. Same reason Chapel blew up. Yes, Chapel, who was mentioned in Gabby Bell's video, where she was just she's a young artist who is very, tries to be as authentic as she can with her art and with her, just the things that she says in interviews, on Instagram, etc. And the reaction to it. I think Chapel's kind of somewhat of a litmus test, one might say, where if your reaction is like, you can't stand the fact that she is the way she is, maybe that is saying something about what you, how you feel that people should act, whether they're public figures or not.
Really make jokes in the prologue. Then we get the whole Shire sequence, and I see all these Little guys running around the place, smoking weed and making these weird faces. It all feels rather camp, rather silly, especially once the wizard in the pointy hat arrives, and so once again I brace myself for the self-referential joke, for the film to acknowledge how bizarre this all is. And once again, no such joke occurs. And this basically happens for the entire trilogy. Like, you think I would have gotten used to the tone after a few scenes, but no. My brain had been so molded over time by so much postmodern wink wink nudge nudge storytelling that it could just not recognize sincerity. Now let's actually stop for a second and think about how crazy that is, because sincerity is not some outlandish storytelling device only used by those daring few writers and directors. No, sincerity since the dawn of time has been the very essence of storytelling itself. Like, imagine having this conversation with someone even 50 years ago. They probably wouldn't even understand what you were talking about. For millennia, stories were told to convey truths, to share human experiences, to evoke genuine emotion.
Also, to be clear, there's a difference between... comedy and irony are not necessarily one and the same, okay? So a film having comedic moments, which is in Lord of the Rings, it's not 100% serious, right? You have Merry and Pippin, who are two hilarious characters, and they're always getting up to shenanigans, and they provide a lot of moments of comedy. But it's comedy that is not comedy of the irony. It's not comedy of the wink wink nudge nudge, like, isn't this all a joke? It's not trying to do any meta shit. It's like the opposite of Deadpool. Like, Deadpool to me is, I'm not saying it's like a bad thing, okay? I actually really haven't seen the Deadpool movies, but Deadpool is the epitome of wink wink, everything's a joke. It's very meta. It's very here's the story. Here's the story in the movie, but also it's here's what's really going on too, right? He breaks the fourth wall.
Ancient myths and legends, to classic literature, to television and cinema. Sincerity has been the core element that binds the audience to the narrative. It's the fundamental ingredient that allows us to resonate so deeply with stories. Sincerity is what makes characters relatable, struggles compelling, and triumphs uplifting. Now look.
He was created as a meta character that like that back when that wasn't right. So I'm not saying like, ooh, boo, Deadpool. I understand that that's the character and that's the character in the comics, but the problem is that so much in film, and especially in genres of superhero films, fantasy, sci-fi, it's kind of like the Deadpool effect, where there's a lot of that in a lot of characters and movies. And it's too much, right? It's too much. It's bled over to action films now. Yep. Very, very heavily present in action movies. Ha hee hee.
I'm not saying that every story has to be this serious thing which dramatically changes our lives. There is absolutely a place for humor, for irony, for stories that don't take themselves too seriously, for movies which know they are movies and have fun with that premise. In fact, this kind of storytelling can be incredibly refreshing and entertaining when done right. However, when this becomes the default, when every film in the cinema feels the need to follow trend by shying away from earnest emotions or genuine stakes, a lot of problems tend to arise. Problems which films with a more sincere approach would just never run into. First of all, that amazing thrill of having your expectations subverted, that rush of excitement you get when a movie is meta, self-aware, ironic, well, it has extremely diminishing returns. Like I said earlier, everyone in the movie theater laughed back in 2012 when Hulk picked up Loki and threw him around like a ragdoll. But I imagine if you watched that scene today, it just wouldn't be that funny. But why? Well, first of all, the joke has been done a million times since, in both every Marvel movie and basically everywhere else. But on top of this, Every single one of these self-referential jokes are essentially the same, just with slightly different coats of paint. Like, sure, you can subvert expectations, break the fourth wall, play on pre-established tropes in as many different ways as you like, but let's face it, the joke is pretty much this. Hey, you're watching a film, and we know it. Like, that's it. That's the whole joke, done over and over and over again. And a huge problem with this formula, other than it becoming stale very quickly due to ridiculous overexposure, and it not being that clever or funny in the first place, is that it makes what is supposed to be unpredictable and subversive, predictable, and boring. And in my opinion, the single best example of this is Thor Ragnarok, a film which I personally find to be rather overrated. Now, don't get me wrong, it's not like every single line or joke in Thor Ragnarok is some meta-ironic quip which winks at the audience. But a lot of them are, and they're so frequent that it doesn't take long for you to predict when they're coming. Again, because they're essentially all the same joke. Like, the movie starts with yet another villain monologue, and we have this joke where Thor slowly spins away from the villain, and yeah, it makes your nose exhale slightly, maybe. And then the film gets back to the villain monologue and you think, alright, well, let's hear what the guy has to say. And then they just do the exact same joke again, like 10 seconds later, and you just think, what's even the point of this? If you're just gonna pull the rug out
You know
from
what it does too? Like, I understand, okay, superhero movies, like Marvel, it's not my genre. But I get, you go in to see a Marvel film, and generally there's the expectation that the good guys are gonna win, right? It's not the boys, it's not Invincible, it's not, ooh yeah, anybody could fucking die and die very violently. But I think with the overwinking to the audience, the just not taking anything seriously, it lowers the stakes, right? So when I watch one of these movies, yeah, I already know that the good guys are going to win. The superheroes going to triumph, unless it's the wait, what was the one of the Avengers film with Thanos where the film ends and like half the population's disappeared. So that film doesn't end so upliftingly. It's pretty bleak. And then of course the next movie it picks up from there. But you know what I'm saying, where what I'm saying is, like, when it happens too much and when it's happening in too many moments, especially like very climatic moments of the climax, it to me can have the effect of lowering the stakes, of not of like taking tension out. And I don't know, it's like one reason that I've never really cared for a lot of superhero movies is, one, because I prefer things that are really dark. If I'm watching something superhero related, I want it to be pretty fucking dark. I want it to be like violent. I just don't really emotionally connect otherwise. I don't feel genuinely on like the edge of my seat where I feel like things are gonna ultimately be fine. Yeah, I just don't. I don't really connect to them, I guess. Yeah, never feels like a real sense of danger. I think that's something that I require watching. I feel that watching action, sci-fi, fantasy, superhero type films where if there's danger, I want to really feel a sense of it, or else I'm just kind of coasting. I'm like, okay. The Dark Knight was as impactful as it was because it was basically written as a tragedy, ending included. Yeah, I mean, The Dark Knight's incredible for a lot of reasons. A lot of reasons to it. The characters, right? Heath Ledger's the Joker is amazing. You need a Game of Thrones where they might actually get rid of a character. Yeah, as long as it's not Game of Thrones season 8 where they just did some real fuck ass shit. Anyway,
under me every single time, I'm going to very quickly pick up on what you're doing and learn when to jump over said rug. Does that metaphor make sense? Like, the thing that made this tone somewhat work in the beginning is that it was surprising and unpredictable, but I'm afraid to say that that ship sailed long ago, leaving us with... well, what exactly? To be honest with you, I'm not really sure, but whatever it is, it feels quite nasty. You know, like a trick is being played on us, like we're being gaslit by someone who doesn't really respect the audience, nor the material they're responsible for, which is kind of surreal to say out loud, but that's where we now find ourselves. Like, there's this one film which I'm sure no one's ever heard of before, called The Last Jedi. I think it's the 8th episode of this epic space opera saga thing, and there's this one joke in it where we see this huge ship landing, and the cinematography and the music seem to be leading us to some big reveal. And then it turns out to be an iron.
I remember an interview on the first Guardians, James Gunn said there had to be a sense of stakes, and that's why they killed Groot. He knew that was going to hit hardest. Yeah, like a show that I also really enjoyed was Peacemaker. And when the fuck is season 2 coming out? I'll be dead by the time season 2 comes out. I actually really enjoy James Gunn for the most part. It's coming out in August? Okay, we're so back. We're so back. I loved Peacemaker. Yeah. Well, I hope I'm not dying before August. I mean, I am planning to go to EDC in a couple weeks. Better watch out, I guess. Anyway, I don't know what I was saying.
Like, it's an iron. Ironing some clothes. Now look, I can actually see how someone could find this moment kind of witty, and look, I'm not gonna argue against that. However, I would argue that the brief laugh this moment may perhaps offer is nowhere near worth what it takes away. Because this joke basically feels like the creators of The Last Jedi, whoever they may be, making fun of us and punishing us.
Watch your drink, girl. I don't drink really at festivals.
For taking any of this seriously. It almost feels nihilistic. In fact, no, what am I talking about? It is nihilistic. A moment like this wouldn't feel out of place in Spaceballs. You know, the film that was made to take the piss out of Star Wars. And now it's appearing in the real thing. Like, this is the point we've arrived at. There's a great video essay you should watch by The Closer Look about The Last Jedi's comedy, and in it they continuously bring up this word bathos, which basically means an anticlimax created by a lapse in mood from the sublime to the trivial or ridiculous. It's a film presenting us with something that could potentially be rather emotional or epic or dramatic, before pulling it away at the last second and going, "We got you. You thought it was going to be serious, but we were one step ahead of you." If this sounds familiar, it's because it's basically appeared in every single modern blockbuster created.
I don't know if maybe there's already a video like this, but it'd be interesting for somebody to take what he's talking about here and cut, like, go to older films, right? Like classics, and essentially show how much it would change the movie were they have done with those films what they do with films today. You know what I mean? Like, that would be interesting to, like, it'd be interesting to see this formula with, say, Lord of the Rings, a movie that he's used in this video. To just show how the movie wouldn't have had the same effect. my precious. He's right behind me, isn't he? Sorry, I don't know what Gollum voice that is, but that's what I got. See, I think he's missing the point of The Last Jedi, is that he baits that big emotional payoff and saves it to the very end for one long ramp, and people just really hate that it's not instant gratification. I don't know. I haven't seen the movie.
Within the Hollywood system. And it is this type...
I'll trust on that one. I haven't watched it.
of joke which I believe to have caused the single greatest problem of this entire meta-ironic era which Hollywood currently finds itself in. You know what I was saying earlier about how sincerity is the core element which binds audiences to stories? The fundamental ingredient that allows us to resonate so deeply with cinema? Well, then it would make sense that insincerity achieves the opposite, creating a barrier between the audience and the story that they're watching. It's funny.
I get my opinions, or not even my opinions, but just my understanding of a lot of these movies from Will Neff, who, if you don't know, has very strong opinions. I'm pretty sure the director for The Last Jedi kept saying before the movie came out that no one was going to guess the twist. It felt like he was trying to do something weird to surprise people instead of creating something good. Again, haven't seen it. I know that Will Neff hated the fucking movie. A lot of people did. I have been subjected to many rants about that film, and I couldn't even tell you anything about it still. He does not like the modern Star Wars projects. I think the only thing he liked was Mandalorian. Basically boils down to people waited since like 1983 to see Luke Skywalker back in his glory, only for him to be a coward who needs to be convinced that he once stood for something and it's okay that he failed. See, like, why? All right. Well, anyway, before people jump in with their interpretations of Star Wars: The Last Jedi, a film that again I have not watched. I'm just gonna
really, because a movie acknowledging that it's a movie is usually referred to as breaking the fourth wall. Yet I would argue that a better term would be strengthening or refortifying the fourth wall. And the more frequently this wall is acknowledged, the more sturdy and opaque this barrier between audience and film becomes, the more we all come to expect this ironic style of storytelling, the less we are going to want to emotionally invest in films in the first place. Because what's the point?
People describing The Last Jedi as a bad thing in ways that just make me appreciate it more. I can't with you.
If every movie is just going to make fun of itself, make fun of you for ever thinking that it might take something seriously. This is why my initial reaction to The Lord of the Rings was one of confusion, because I was so used to films like these gaslighting me and making fun of me and making fun of themselves and consistently avoiding actual stakes or real emotions. When I was eventually met with sincerity from a major studio blockbuster, I thought this must be some sort of trick. I'm not going to offer up my heart to this trilogy, to this experience, because, well, I've been hurt so many times in the past, and I know how this goes. The second I get invested in any of this, some hobbit is going to come out of a bush, smoking his pipe, and laugh at me for taking any of this seriously. And that, my friends, should just not be happening. Like, that is such an unnatural response to a piece of art. So, what is the solution to all of this? Because like I've already said, it's not that I think that this meta sort of humour doesn't have any place in modern cinema. Well, I have a few ideas. First of all, I don't really think movies can have their cake and eat it too when it comes to this stuff. Like, I find it so bizarre when the Deadpool movies, for example, which, let's be honest, essentially exist to make fun of superhero films, to break the fourth wall, and to have Ryan Reynolds make a ton of dick jokes. I find it so bizarre when even those movies are suddenly trying to form some sort of emotional connection. Like, no. Any attempt at sincerity feels so out of place when you've spent the entire runtime taking absolutely nothing seriously. Another Hollywood franchise which I think has...
I did think though that like the girl, his wife, isn't that supposed to be... Isn't that like flashbacks of his life before he became Deadpool? Like why he became the pool that is dead. Wait, she's not dead? Okay. Have you not watched it? I thought I did. Maybe not. You should do a Sinners review after this video. I thought I watched the first one. Maybe I only watched like 20 minutes. I do remember a flashback. So maybe I just assumed, because I guess I didn't watch the rest of the movie, that it was like a dead wife. It was like the dead wife trope. Okay, so she does die. Okay. So I wasn't wrong. She did die. But then she undies. But she died, but she got better. She did die, but luckily she got better. She died, and then she undied. Okay, I got it.
Sadly run into this problem is the Fast and Furious films. Now look, I know these movies, and most of the other movies I've spoken about in this video, are not exactly the pinnacle of cinema, but I do think that the Fast and Furious series is a pretty interesting case study when it comes to a franchise gaining self-consciousness, if you will, halfway through its lifespan. This series began in the early 2000s as your standard illegal street racing Point Break ripoff. However, the series, in my opinion, did not hit its peak until its 5th installment, which came out in 2011, 1 year before Joss Whedon changed everything with the Avengers. Fast 5, for me, is not just the zenith of this franchise, but honestly, one of the best dumb action movies of the 21st century. Why? Well, because Fast and Furious was not yet this huge meme. The creators were not yet in on the joke. Yes, this film is stupid, but it also takes itself pretty seriously. The thing moves at a great pace, the set pieces are explosive and well directed, the characters are likable, but most importantly, it's earnest. It's not trying to make fun of itself. And because of this, it's actually rather wholesome. You find yourself really buying into all the vehicular masculine poetry in a way you probably just wouldn't ever expect to. And then...
So this is interesting because I do feel like there is something about a movie being bad that takes itself so seriously that can cause me to feel like I wish it actually didn't take itself so seriously. You know? I wish a movie that is objectively bad maybe didn't take itself so seriously, so then it would have been more fun. Then it would have it actually might have worked in its favor, you know? The seriousness circles around to unintentional campiness. It can circle to unintentional campiness. But yeah, like for me, sometimes I watch a film and I go, you guys know what this movie was when you were making it, and yet you tried to be so self-serious, and you treated it in a way that, frankly, the script was never going to be worthy of. You know? Like okay, so I think The Meg. I had a really fun time watching The Meg. It's a ridiculous movie. It is a ridiculous film. It's a giant fucking megalodon, and there's Jason Statham. And yet I had a fun time because it was entertaining. It knew what it was. Like, that was a movie that knew what it was, and it wasn't trying to be more than what we knew it was going to be, you know? And Diving Man coming soon. We got Diving Man coming soon. It's going to be a perfect film. Megan also. Yes. Another film that I had a really fun time watching. And there's moments of violence and scary moments, but I think that film hit the right tone. You know, because that's the thing too. It's like striking the right tone.
The mid-2010s happened. The Fast and Furious franchise became aware of its own existence, of its own legend, of its own meme. The creators got in on the joke, and it lost what made it special in the first place. It became a parody of itself, and yeah, that kind of thing has happened before, but they still try to do the emotional stuff, and it just doesn't work. It doesn't land because you can't really have it both ways. Or should I say, it's very difficult to have it both ways. I do think that on the rare occasion, when executed properly, you can have like one self-aware joke in your film. One instance where your movie recognizes that it's a movie, the audience laughs, and then we move on from it. A great example of this, sticking to the whole villain monologue thing, is this moment from The Incredibles.
You
Great
sly
film.
dog! You got me monologuing! I can't...
Now, this isn't the deepest, most meta joke ever told before, but it is funny. Why? Well, one, because it's really not that self-referential, like, let's be real, this is a pretty innocent joke. And two, the rest of The
Amelia
Incredibles
Perez was
is
more
sincere.
camp.
Sure, it has jokes, of course, it's a Pixar movie, but nothing
Yup.
too self-aware, nothing which takes you out of the experience, which stops you from emotionally investing into the stakes of the story. So again, I do think that you can include the odd meta joke in your movie if you really want to, but it needs to be handled incredibly delicately. Of course, what's probably easier than this is to just go full Charlie Kaufman and completely embrace the art of meta storytelling, or go full Tarantino and wholeheartedly embrace the art of homage. And I have indeed had tons of fun with films like these, but if you're not willing to go all the way with this stuff, perhaps just stick to the original source of storytelling. Pure, unfiltered sincerity. This doesn't mean abandoning humor altogether, but rather ensuring that it serves to enhance the emotional depth and authenticity of the narrative, rather than detracting from it. Fortunately for us, there does seem to be a growing trend in Hollywood at the moment that seems to signal a return to this sincere approach. Movies like Top Gun Maverick and Dune Part 2 have demonstrated that studios are once again down to craft narratives that are earnest and emotionally resonant. And I think the audience response to both of those films says a lot about what we truly want from this beautiful medium deep down. Perhaps we'll never get another Lord of the Rings, a series you'll be glad to hear I now love and appreciate with all my heart. But in this quest to reclaim the forgotten currency of sincerity, we might have gotten something even better. We might just rediscover that the most epic tales are the ones that dare to be genuine, to be earnest, to embrace the sublime beauty of unfiltered truth. You're waiting for me to make a joke, aren't you? To relieve the tension after that emotional monologue. Well, I'm not going to. Thanks for watching.
I was not waiting. I knew he wasn't going to do it. Okay, here's the link. If anybody wanted that. Blah, blah, blah. For action movies in particular, I hate when they don't take themselves seriously, because normally it's a hero trying to save or protect from some danger. The danger's silly. No. This is what I was talking about earlier too, where I think they were showing like one of the Thor movies or whatever, where I have this problem with a lot of Marvel films or Marvel type films. Not the earlier ones. Like I loved the earlier Marvel movies for the most part. It's like once you get to number 2, 3, whatever, I've checked out. But there's a difference between like tone of the film and then like these moments in say an action film where it takes the tension out in a way that does a disservice to the audience and is like not original, not fresh. I mean, that's a big problem with a lot of these genre films anyway, is that they're just carbon copies. You know, they're predictable, nothing surprising. The formulas that were once new and hadn't been seen a million times no longer are like that. So what I mean is that like when a film overall is taking itself too seriously, is self-serious, I would say, like a self-serious film, it sometimes can be it can be a grating experience, and it can make you enjoy it less because you're like, no. This is a bad script. Like this is a bad movie. But you're treating it like it's a really, really good one. That it's like Amelia Perez is an example. I talked extensively about where if Amelia had, in that case, leaned more into the camp, not taken itself so fucking seriously, it perhaps would not have been as much of the dumpster fire that it was. Now that's art. MCU sacrificed building new storylines for cheap nostalgia bait and fan service. It sucked when Disney acquired Fox. We all wanted to see new X-Men, not keep seeing the old ones we were already over with years ago. Yeah, I think they worry like, well, nobody's going to want to watch the movie if it's not a character they know. If it's a good movie, if they're good characters, if they're well written, you know? But if you turn in some trash, coupled with these characters don't have the strong IP of, ones that have been brought to screen multiple times, then yeah, you're just setting yourself up for failure. The Avengers film apparently doesn't even have a finalized script. Oh my fucking God. Oh my God. Well, I probably won't be seeing it anyway.
No.
What was I going to say? Wait, there was something else that I had. This is a good video of when Marvel decided to change their formula. Why Guardians of the Galaxy ruined the MCU. Frick. I feel like a lot of Blumhouse films will kind of get this way. You know, it's just like another crappy horror movie that doesn't even lean into just being fun, you know? Like, there's just so many of them that you're like, here we go again. Why am I watching this? I know this is going to be bad and it's not even going to be fun. I think that's what it is, where it's like, if it takes the fun out of the film because it is treating itself too seriously, then I've got a problem. Because it's like, look, I'll watch a film that is working off a bad script or is just, whatever, for whatever element has made it not a capital G good movie, as long as I have fun. Like if I have a good time, it's like, okay, let me have a little fun. Invisible Man is really good. I would say too, since they've been Universal's been trying to reboot the classic monsters. So far, Invisible Man is the best of the bunch. Like, that was a genuinely good movie. I really enjoyed it. I thought Wolfman, or whatever that was called, that was not good. It's not good. Last Voyage I did not think was such good either. Did you ever watch The Green Hornets? Is that the one with Ryan Reynolds? No. No. I have not seen The Green Hornet with Seth Rogen. Not the Ryan Reynolds Green Lantern movie. Also have not seen that. It's the Seth Rogen one. Yeah. Wait, that's where he met Blake Lively. What? Blake Lively's not in the Green Hornet. Oh, Green Lantern. Green Lantern is where Ryan Reynolds met Blake Lively. And they are married. And they have a bunch of kids. And it was love on the set of Green Lantern, which I'm pretty sure Ryan Reynolds has extensively talked shit on as well. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot more conversation to be had here. I'm going to bookmark this video. Why Guardians ruined the MCU. Just for a rainy day, another day. But I wanted to make sure to talk about Glenn Ross. Oh, shit. I'm not going to watch the whole Actors on Actors right now. I'm going to sign off in just a sec. But we will watch this. We will watch this because I wanted to watch it after I saw the show. I'll just give you my brief thoughts on it. So when we were in New York, Will and I like your eyeshadow. Thank you. I bought tickets to go see Glenn Ross. He said, let's go see a show on Broadway. I nearly died from excitement. I asked him, what do you want to go see? Here's some options. And he picked Glenn Ross. I didn't know that Will Neff has never seen the movie. So Glenn Ross was originally a play. It's a David Mamet play. But the movie came out in like 1992, which we actually watched for one of my film classes. And it's got the classic Alec Baldwin scene. Coffee is for closers. A, B, C. Always be closing. It's just an incredible scene. Like 10 minutes, top to bottom. And so we're watching the play, all right? And the cast of the play included Kieran Culkin, Bob Odenkirk, Bill Burr, and Michael McKean. So some real comic heavy hitters. And the first act ends, and it was very fast. Like they flew through this production. I think the speed of the first act, where it's just like boom, boom, boom. There's 3 separate conversations that happen in the Chinese restaurant, and it is 39 minutes. The first act is 39 minutes. It ends. Okay, lights come on, intermission. Will turns to me. He goes, I didn't know this was going to be so funny. And I went, well, yeah, I mean, the movie's pretty bleak. Like, it's pretty dark. The play is, and certainly this version is much lighter than the film. And he was like, oh, I thought that this was going to be a drama. And I went, have you seen Glenn Ross? And he said, no. And that shocked me because there are a lot of movies that I'll go, that's a Will Neff movie. And to me, Glenn Ross, that's a Will Neff film. So I was, first of all, surprised that he hadn't seen it. Second of all, that he picked the show as the show we we're going to go see. And I was like, so why then did you want to go watch Glengarry if you don't know the play and you've never seen the film? And he was like, because look who's in it. And I went, all right, that's fair. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people are seeing the production because of the cast. I get it, right? That's a big draw. So anyway, the total runtime was only, I swear it was like less than an hour and a half. It was so quick. It was really, really quick. I really enjoyed it. Yeah, we opted not to see Good Night and Good Luck or Othello, which I don't think Will would have really enjoyed those, because I think for him, he already is not a huge fan of theater. And I think sitting through a drama heavy play, he would not have had as fun of a time. But because there's so much comedy in Glengarry Glen Ross, especially in this production, because you have such comic heavy hitters. I mean, Michael McKean did so much without even saying words. Like, he's just so fucking hysterical. Bill Burr was awesome. He very much so was there were a lot of moments where I was like, that's Bill Burr. I actually really enjoyed Kieran's performance. It's very different from if you've seen the movie. He plays Ricky Roma, which is the character played by Al Pacino, and Kieran is quite. He actually played the role a little muted, kind of understated, and he, rather than explode in the way that Pacino does in the film, and kind of have this. I mean, he has a cockiness to him in the play, but it's just a very different vibe from Pacino, which I think they cast him in that role because of the character, because of Roman Roy, the character in Succession that he plays, because of what he showcased in A Real Pain. And it's interesting because Kieran Culkin is in his 40s. Like, he's 42, but he comes across as young, especially compared to his co-stars in the film, in the play. And they definitely used that in his character. It kind of gave him more of like a millennial feel. So if you don't know the plot line of Glengarry Glen Ross, it's a group of real estate salesmen, and they're essentially selling shit. Okay, they're selling shit ass properties to unsuspecting clients. And there's a lot going on with the older salesmen who've been doing this for a long time, but have kind of passed their prime. They just can't sell like they used to. They keep talking about how they just need the leads. They need the good leads. They need the premium leads. Just give me the premium leads. And then you have Kieran Culkin's character, who's kind of like the hot shot. He's very freewheeling. He's the top salesman in the office, and they're doing this competition. And yeah. And so anyway, it's this kind of generational thing. And it's also like this group of men who are doing something quite soulless, right? Like their business, their way of making money is pretty awful, and they are struggling to they're just struggling. They've each got problems, and those problems make an appearance in the dialogue, which is a very heavy dialogue film. It's very dialogue driven. It's very snappy. A lot of monologuing. Who plays Jack Lemmon's character? Bob Odenkirk does. It's free on YouTube right now. Well, go watch it if you haven't watched it before. Hogan, thank you for the gifted. Okay, so anyway, I enjoyed it. I thought the ending was a little too understated. I kind of thought it was going to be bigger, and I was also just surprised when it ended, because it didn't feel like it was over, or at least that it was like ready to be over. But yeah, it was very tightly paced. I thought all around the performances were really good. I think my favorite might have been Michael McKean, because he had of the main crew of the main cast, he had the least amount of dialogue, and also is kind of the most, well, Bob Odenkirk's character also is quite pathetic, but he just comes across as like the oldest guy. Like he's kind of the old guy, the old dog who's being brought out to the back. And yet there were so many moments where he wasn't speaking and it was simply his reactions or just what he was doing with his body that created a lot of very funny moments. And that to me is incredibly impressive, because when you have lines of dialogue that it's like impossible not to get a laugh out of them. So Bill Burr, who plays, what's his character's name again? He plays Dave. He plays the character of Dave Moss. He's very foul-mouthed. He's very slick, scheming, talks fast, perfect for being a salesman. He has a lot of really funny lines, and Bill Burr's hilarious. He did a great job, but he's in conversation with Michael McKean, and so he's got the heavy lifting of all the dialogue, but he also has a lot of the built-in laughs because the dialogue's very funny. And so Michael McKean then, his job was really absorbing Bill Burr's dialogue and the character, and he was fabulous. He was so fucking funny. I think I'd appreciate that Kieran isn't trying to be Al Pacino. It's not something that you can just do. Right. Yeah, I don't think it would have been a smart choice to have Kieran channel anybody, to channel any other performance of the character other than his own. There's some things about the play that are outdated. Like they just have not, there's language around, I mean, it's in the movie too, but jokes about like having leads that are Indian men. There's like this whole bit that's built around that where that just hasn't really aged well. I mean, obviously these guys are like, they're shisty, they're selling shitty real estate properties. So it's not that you think that they're morally upstanding, and they are businessmen or salesmen trying to survive through the decay of capitalism. And you get the sense that they're, again, not upstanding citizens. I think that's maybe one part though in the play where it's kind of like, I wonder if that will be something that gets taken out, because the humor just doesn't, the jokes of that dialogue that was written in the 80s, it just doesn't quite work today, and not even in the friend who's too woke kind of way. And then at the end of the play, they did a Broadway Cares auction. And the final thing that they were auctioning, it was business cards, and it was like business cards of each of the characters, and they signed it. And like the bid had gotten up to like 4,000. And then Bob Odenkirk goes, "Oh, and by the way, whoever gets this, you can come to the green room and say hi to the cast." And I turned to Will. I was like, "Oh my fucking God. But immediately it jumped up to like $6,000. And I went, you know what I said to him? I said, and maybe this is just insane to even pretend, but I went, I feel as if we'll have an opportunity to like see these guys another time. I go, I just feel it. I just feel like I will run into Bill Burr at some other occasion. And I can tell him I loved him in Glengarry Glen Ross, you know? Or like, I just feel as if I'll come into contact with Bob Odenkirk, you know? Like it'll just happen. And then afterwards, Will was like, we should have just fucking bid. We should have bid. I was like, no. It was a lot of money. Like, I know it was for charity. But that thing was going up. And I also went, we can go to the stage door afterwards. And then the show ended. And I said, let's go to the stage door. And Will was not down. He was not down to go to the stage door. Now, to be fair, I feel like they probably wouldn't have been there because they were in the green room. And yet, I'll never know. I mean, I guess I could find out from the internet, but yep, dream ruined. He did not let me go to the stage door because he wanted to go get dinner. I was like, wow, excuse me? You want to eat versus standing at the stage door for maybe an hour with no guarantee that we're going to meet members of the cast? And there was already a lot of people around the stage door too. So that would have meant that we would have been at least 5 rows from, from the little barrier. But still, that could have been it. That could have been the chance. I met Maude Apatow after Cabaret in London. Who did she play in Cabaret? Wait, is Maude the one who's in, she's in the one in Euphoria. Does she play No fucking way. How was it? She was okay. Yeah, I wouldn't really have expected more than just okay. I'll meet them at the Tony Awards. Yeah, I will meet them at the Tony Awards. Maude Apatow playing Sally Bowles in Cabaret. When was that? When was that, Zoe? $2023. Okay, so she would have been 25. Can I just say, I can't believe I was not aware that Maude Apatow played Sally Bowles in Cabaret. Can I just say though that unless you're just super outstanding, Sally Bowles needs to be played by someone who's not 25 years old in my opinion. She came across as very, very young in it. Yeah, that's the problem. Unless you are just a wizened, very, very experienced 25-year-old Broadway actress where you are able to not come across as pretty juvenile, then otherwise it just doesn't work. Parasocially, who from the cast do you think you'd vibe with the most? Honestly, Bob Odenkirk, because he is also from the Chicago Burbs, and I think I'd be scared of Bill. Gonna be honest. I had to stop myself from screaming "Free Luigi" because at the end of the show, when they're doing their bows, I was like, "Don't fucking do it! What is wrong? No, stop it! Stop!" My brain was just like yelling "Free Luigi," and I was like, do not do it. So I think I'd be scared of Bill Burr, and then Kieran's tricky. Kieran's a tricky guy. I feel like you have to speak a real. You gotta be on you got to be ready for the Kieran Culkin. You know, although I think it would be a really fun conversation. But yeah, just the most natural, the one where I wouldn't worry about saying the wrong thing, not being funny enough, whatever. Bob Odenkirk. Have you seen all the girlies online stalking Luigi at his trial and debating how short he is and how big his nose is? Yeah, because that's what the real concerns are here. The top line items are, what is Luigi's height? Yeah. Oh, boy. Oh boy. Yep. That's the focus. that's the focus. Yeah, so anyway, it was fun. I loved getting to go see the show. I loved getting to see the show with Will, and he also had a great time. And overall, you know, I talk about this on the podcast. Episode's going to drop tomorrow, but I had a really wonderful weekend in New York because, and I say this on the podcast, it made me feel alive. I felt life. I felt life all around me. I was pretty much out and about the whole time when I wasn't in rehearsal for the show that we did or doing the show itself. And we walked everywhere. I just really had an enjoyable time. Walkable cities will do that. Yes, that's how I felt in Tokyo as well. And I think I've just gotten a little too sedentary in Los Angeles. I think when you have nice weather all year round, you kind of just don't feel the need to be out all the time. Peachy Pink, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Appreciate you. Was it because you became a mother to Miguel Jr.? Yeah, also that, because I became a mother. Yeah, it was just, I want to go back. I want to go back to New York this summer. Hi, Caroline. I was hoping to get your help for a linguistics project I'm doing on pro-Palestinian content creation. It's a relatively short survey. If you have time, I sent you a Discord message. I will check it out, and I would love to help you with your linguistics project. Interested to know what it is. New York is my favorite city. You're right, it's so full of life. Yeah, I mean, there's just always something going on. There's so many people. There's a lot. There's a lot in the city that never sleeps. And for me, it's good for me to be getting out, to be walking around. Rotting in my chair at my computer is something that I've been doing too much of for the last couple years. And I, again, with all the shit that is happening in this country, and it is very easy to feel overwhelmed and depressed and like you're just drowning every second and worried about, just worried about a lot of things. I'm like trying to not let it consume me, and that way also I can be a better light for you all, and just a better, provide a better place to hang out and spend your time in. We'll do an updated census one of these days. We will. I think the last time we did one was like a year ago. At least you get paid to rot at your computer. Yeah, I do spend a lot of time not on stream rotting at my computer, though. Like the computer rot I refer to is mostly not on stream. It's the hours that I spend hunched over my computer, just like consuming information, consuming news, thinking about all the things that I'm going to talk about and I'm going to do. And IRL streaming is a really fun thing that I love to do when I have the opportunity to. And just trying to do more things. Trying to do more things. I really did not do many things for the last couple years, and I think it's had an effect on me. I think I am better off when I am when I'm getting out and doing stuff. And yeah, I traveled a lot the past month. It was it's a lot. It's a lot of travel. I'm not saying I can do that all the time. I like to have my home base. I like to have my stability, but it's just a reminder of like I have the ability with the job that I do to not just be at my desk all the time. I should take advantage of that. And then also, going out and seeing a play or whatever, and then coming back and talking about it. It's great. Like if I don't go do things, then I don't have things to talk about. Right? So I'm going to go see Sinners ASAP so that I can finally talk about it. Maybe you should do some offline gaming. Yeah, that is something that I never, ever do. Ever. And Sam's always like, she's always suggesting games to me. And then it's like, this one might be one that you want to play off stream. I'm like, well, I don't really game off stream. She's like, well, maybe you should. Well, okay, y'all. I need and appreciate your answer to this. You know that guy on TikTok where all he does is book flights, wear political shirts, board early? Oh, I know exactly who this is. And then sit and point at his shirt, hoping the people who walk by will become angry. Pretend someone is making you do that. What's on your stupid shirt? What's on my shirt that people who walk by will become angry? What's on my shirt is Eddie Redmayne was the best MC in Cabaret. Yeah? Think that'd piss a lot of people off. I think that would get the people going. If I put that on my shirt. Right? Now, I don't think Eddie Redmayne was the best cabaret or was the best MC in Cabaret, but I would put that on my shirt. I would sit on my flight. I would board early. I would sit there and I would wait. I would wait for the anger. I would wait for all the pissed off people. The fury. Just the pure rage. Mine would be Severance is overrated. Okay. That would get them. Are you going to post a vlog of your Portugal trip? I'm trying to remember if I even vlogged enough. Does my YouTube not have a video of the Portugal trip? I can ask my editor to make a YouTube video of that. You're rage baiting with a shirt about Eddie Redmayne in Cabaret. And then no one gets baited. I'm just sitting there like, I'm like, oh my God. This is going to go so viral. People are going to lose their minds. And no one even notices. Relevant shirt. I hate Pedro Pascal. Just kidding. Can you imagine? I like that the shirt is even too scared to let it ride. it immediately says, I'm just kidding. Haha, can you imagine? That'd be so insane. What? You would have permission to kill me. Obviously, I would never ever feel that. All right, you guys. I don't want to reach the point where I'm like, wow, I am just like, ooh, I could keep going for the next 12 hours because I know I'm very tired and I need to go take a rest. But tomorrow I will be back. We'll keep going. I will game tomorrow night. You had a whole day of work. I know. Yesterday I did 8 hours of the show and then I did podcast for 4 hours. So I left home at 7 and then I didn't get home until like 11:30 at night. And then today, similar, same. So happy International Workers' Day. You know what? Everybody quit your jobs. Celebrate International Workers' Day by being like, I'm done. That's it. So I will see you guys tomorrow night. I don't think I have it in me to get up in the morning and do a morning stream. So we'll be back tomorrow night. I will game tomorrow night. Sam and I talk to the podcast. We're going to start up Subnautica soon. It won't be tomorrow night. I'll play one of the games I've been playing, but that is coming up. And that's it. That's all. That's all I got for you. All right. Well, I'm going to send you guys. Well, I was going to raid Andre, our winner from today's show, but I guess he is not live. Okay. How is he going to be next top streamer if he's not streaming all the fucking time? I think we got to take it away. I think we're going to have to take the trophy away. Can't be the next top streamer if... Oh, Marsh is live? Okay. I was going to send everybody over to... Here, I will send you guys... I will send you to Marsh. A rare Marshy Marsh stream, which is very exciting. And I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you for joining me. Remember to call him the People's Princess. Thank you for joining me. And until next time, peace and love. Bye-bye, everyone.